Oh, hello everybody. Going live, kind of day one with Enderkin Station. It's obviously not really day one in the game development process. It is day one for editors, and that's what we're going to be starting working on again. So if all you long-time fans out there have been missing out, we're going to be getting back to doing some Enderkin Station development. It's been quite a while. Obviously, there's an alpha of the game out there you can play, but we're moving away from one aspect of world building and into a different, completely different way of doing it. And for that means we got to start building some kind of internal editors for my designers. So that's what we're going to get going. So hope everyone's going to be having some fun. Let me make sure I turn on my screen capture here. Sorry about that. And the stream's just going live, so we're going to let it build up a bit. We're going to hang out, drink some coffee, wake up, and then we will get to work. It's going to be a fun day. Excuse me. Excuse me. Should definitely be a fun day. I think I'll leave it. I'll leave my settings where they're at. Sorry, I was just looking at my headphones. Oh, coffee is delicious. Okay, so I just gotta make sure everything's up and running. Gotta send out my tweet, of course. And all things will be right. Okay. Make sure this is good. There we go. And there we go. Guess I had, Let me fix something before that is an issue. Go to my dashboard here. Sorry guys, let's just take a moment. Huh, it does have that. Ooh. I think I'm gonna do a larger time now. And then thinking for a second here, guys. I'm thinking, hold on. I don't want a bunch of chat to scroll back through the stream. I'm hoping this will fix it. To be doubly safe, though, I think I might do this. And confirm that. And then monitor it over here. Hey, Party Coder, how's it going, man? Sorry, I had to refresh my live coding page to make a change, so I didn't see your chat over there. A map of floats. It might be not a good idea since equality in floats is hard to determine. So you are correct, right? Because a float has precision issues compared to like a double, because a float's only 32 bits versus full precision on a double, which would be 64 bits. In our case, that's okay for us. As we store it as a float, we understand the precision that we need in our lookups. And we can work around it. But you are correct. Chat sidebar is not up yet. Yes, I know. I'm making sure I am... Okay, so that's gone. Let me get rid of this. Now let's see if this actually worked or not. I think it worked, guys. I think it worked. So, sorry, chat's back up, everybody. Equality in floats, yeah. So when we are comparing floats, that can also be an issue. Sometimes that is true as well. In our case, again, the equality test that we're making across here does succeed. But all good points, right? Floats, you do have to be a little careful with. You do have to be a little careful. What's up, Jarvik? Pima? Static Void, what's up? Why is the font so big? Why is the font not so big? Why would the font not be big? You want big fonts, man. 2 reasons. 1, easier on the eyes for me. And 2, it's easier on the eyes for you, right? That's correct, Party Coder. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna up my headphone volume just a little bit. Okay. Maybe a little more. I'm gonna reach far over. Okay, that is 1,000 times better for me. So good. It's so delicious. Like, sorry, my headphones are better. I need more coffee. How's everybody's weekend going so far? Void, I've been good, man. I've been good. Toger and Party Coder, both of you guys are correct, right? You do have to be extremely careful around floats as an index value type. You do absolutely have to be very careful with your as a float if you're using it as a lookup type, right? Void, happy birthday, man. Happy birthday. Did you get anything amazing for turning 16? What's the question, Static? Dark Souls 3, nice. Have you beaten it yet? Have you already beaten it? I picked up, and I've only played maybe 35 minutes of it so far. Total War, Warhammer 40k. So far that game's been pretty fun. I'm a fan of both Total War and 40k, so when I first heard the announcement that was going to come out, I was pretty excited. How does Torque handle the Float 32 thing? Torque itself doesn't do anything about that, right? So Torque as a game engine doesn't deal with this per se. This is just C++, right? And more specifically, Visual Studios, or Microsoft's version of C++. What's up, Dan? What's up, Dan? We're going to get started here very shortly, everyone. Let's see where we're at. Okay, a few more minutes, we'll get to work. A few more minutes and we'll get to work. This is some pretty old code, guys. Holy smokes. Oh yeah, we already kind of built support. You know, this might be even easier today than I was anticipating. I forgot that we built in support to our terrain to let the script kind of to let our script essentially build out the terrain, which is what we want to do from an editor standpoint, along with procedurally generating terrain, right? I completely forgot that. You died 18 times on the first boss. Souls 3. You only beat it because you got lucky? Nice. That's awesome, Void. That's what I like to hear. And we even have a way to add platforms. So here's our normal generation, where we statically, or where we procedurally generate our terrain. Unless we are static, of course, in which case we ignore. We don't go through this either, I believe. But if we are static, we do have to go build out our actual tile map. That's right, okay. It's coming back to me. It is coming back to me. We'll probably have to do some changes here, because we want to start building smaller maps. And this is kind of a minimum map size of 500. We might have to adjust the chunk size. But maybe not. I gotta go remember, this is not tiles. If I remember correctly, it's not tiles. Then we have static platforms, of course. And then a lot of this is gonna go away, right? Anything we're gonna be getting rid of our procedurally generated implementation. So all of that's essentially gonna go away soon. So we'll be able to clean this up, make it a little easier on ours. Is there something cool that I could show off, Toger? Yeah, I'll show off the state of the game here in a moment. Have you ever used OpenGL? Yes. Absolutely, Void. I have indeed. Okay. Let's see here. See if I can find some builds, and we will go back in time. All right, so first thing, I will play through. This is the current state of the alpha, the last build that we published. That should be out there. Of course, everyone can go download and enjoy it. So I'm just going to get past some screens here from our simple dialogue, fun stuff. And let's see how quickly I can die. I am terrible at my own game, FYI. FYI. I'm actually doing okay right now, but that's because we got lucky on the map generation a bit. We got a little lucky. Oh, crap. All right, I got lucky there too. Oh, crap. Oh my god. Hey, I got some armor. Oh, I gotta go get that. You can't be too greedy. Don't rush in and die to pick it up. All right. If I can remember how... There we go. Man, I'm actually really good at this game now. Oh, crap. I wonder if this was our toned down. This is our... I think we might have tweaked combat up a bit in the next version. This is the not the version that's out available. This is the previous version from there, I believe. I'd have to go look to see what we actually published. Oh, no chest at the end. What's up? Damn, that's good. How's it going, guys? How's it going, man? Pima, I know, right? I don't know what's wrong with this build. In the dev build, I did test in the dev build the laser effects on the turrets. Oh, God! I forgot there was a guy right here. I just wanted some coffee. Take a small break here, hold on. It's not an OBS thing, guys. I know on stream it looks like the frame rate blows at the moment. It's because I stream at 15 frames a second. Or I'm sorry, I stream at 20 frames a second now. So that's why it looks very, very choppy on stream. I don't stream actual games, right? I stream game development, and normally we're staring at a code editor, which I don't need a lot of frames for. Which allows me to up the bit rate, right? So that code windows look crisp, but it does mean that when I show live games, the frame rate blows. The frame rate's actually very smooth. On stream, it looks terrible. I understand. I've up to 20, Pima. I've up to 20. Okay, hold on. We still got to keep going here, though. Oh, crap! No! Oh, I should have just tried killing that thing. Oh, God, those look like green puke. I don't know what's up with the build here. I mean, we might have just published some bad images. Because it does look fine in the dev. Oh, I gotta wait for this to blow live. Okay. Yeah, got you that time. Oh! Oh! Oh, God! Oh, crap. Oh, I'm almost dead. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh! Shot to the head. Shot to the head. I think that's the furthest I might have ever gotten, by the way. Yeah, so Party Coder, we have very few sounds in the game right now. A lot more are coming. And you're absolutely correct. What's up, Pyre? How's it going? Okay, so that's where we're at in the game. Now, understand everything we just played through, procedurally generated, right? Everything is random. Sort of random. But nothing is pre-placed. And we were finding issues on a game balance aspect of being able to tune the game for easy, right, medium, difficult progression. So we decided we're going to move away from procedurally generating our game to the degree we are and start working more from a stitching nodes together to build our maps. And obviously, we'll be able to procedurally generate the map from a library of nodes. Toger, need some cooler weapons? Yes. The moment when you suck at your own game. I know, right? Yeah, I agree on all aspects. Party cooler, yeah. So we're probably still going to go. We won't be. We're not going to completely move away from procedural generation. We definitely don't want to procedurally generate terrain anymore. That'll give us kind of building blocks to work within, and then we're going to probably define areas within a node on a map where something procedurally can get generated. What have you been working on, Void? Have recently found Node.js runs as native C, so I thought, why not implement it as a scripting language? Externs are paying quite well as very nice. Void, yeah. So you're running. You mean, are you using JavaScript as a scripting language, or are you using? How are you using Node.js as a scripting language? What's up, Yo-Yo? Party coder, yeah, exactly, right? You want to be able to build the strategy as you work your way through the game or work your way through maps. And if every time you play it, it's 100% different, it gets pretty difficult, right? Because then at that point, you're really just playing a random game and it's a random crapshoot on if you're going to win or not. Because it's pretty hard to build a strategy around something that's going to change every time. Okay, so that's where we were when our game is completely procedurally generated. I've actually done a little bit of pre-work, very minimal, just to prove out some concepts around some in-game editors. And this is very rough, please excuse. Essentially, though, what we can do, which I built out as a quick test, is allow us just kind of choose entities, and I need to increase our size for an entity, right? So I can choose an entity, we could drop it on the map, right? Very simple to get us kind of started. And that's fine. That's a good start for me. What we're going to do is we're going to then take a step back, and I want to start with allowing us to build out the building blocks to the level or to a node, which is really from the terrain aspect, right? So that we'll start with flat terrain, have an editor where we can start raising terrain up, lowering terrain down to give us peaks and valleys if we need be, allow us to start putting out platforms, things like that, build out the terrain, and then we can start placing entities within that terrain. And then we'll figure out how we can start stitching nodes together to build out maps. The K glyph is somehow weird. It is. It's a weird font, by the way. It's a test font we're using, and it's a little terrible. Just a little terrible. I did not play or see Enter the Gungan. From the internet, or can grab files from the system by putting in a file from there. I can execute C++ code. Boop. It's all about that 135 FPS. This is our debug build, so FPS blows in debug mode. It is rather terrible in debug mode. Actually, just to make sure on something. In debug mode, we're doing a lot of profiling, and we are generating a lot of, I don't want to say profile data, but a lot of trace data. Just make sure something okay. This should be proper. Oh, but, of course. All right, that should be better. All right, a little better. It's reverse scripting, Pima. It is a little reverse, it sounds, but that's fine. Gungeon. Think of GIF as GIF. Oh, Gungeon. I'm gonna go Gungeon. That's the best I got for you. Yeah, so in Void, it sounds like you are using Node.js and you're using JavaScript, and within there you are loading C++ modules. Is that correct? Slash, thank you so much, man. How's it going out there? Good night, party coder. All right, so that's where we're at. We're gonna be stepping away from here, though, right? And trying to set up terrain for ourselves. So, do I want to do this as its own plugin? We should probably start clean, I'm thinking. So I'm just going to take our level editor. We're just going to rename it. We're going to call it a node editor, because that's essentially what we're building. We're not building a level. We are just trying to build a series of nodes. Okay. Fix up a couple of things. By the way, if anyone out there is a Torque 2D user, or not just Torque 2D, if you use Torque 2D, if you use Torque 3D, if you do anything with Torque script, and you're wondering what this is a Torque script editor. It's called Torsen. This recently went open source. It's up on GitHub. I don't think it builds out of the box on GitHub right now. There's a project underway of getting Torsen to build under some modern concepts. But if you ever use Torque 2D and you want a Torque script editor, you should go look at that and see where they're at and maybe follow it. So we have a node editors, make sure everything else is fine here. Update our GUI. This we can delete. We'll keep our scene window. Call it a node editor window. Where am I creating that from? Okay, there is, that's our window. Where is our scene? Oh, sorry, that's my bad. It's been a while since I worked with TorqueScript. We are naming our scene. Actually, do I need to name... I don't want to name this. I do not want to name this. Instead, just create a variable. And we can actually get it off the window, to tell you the truth. So instead, we'll do it this way. Let's grab the scene that way, because we're already binding it. What is this tool slash? This is Torsen. It is a script editor for a game engine. So if I wanted to create effective scripting, the best way to create a module and then from there run it as a function in Node. So static void. Yes, yeah, that's a fine way to go. It's nothing wrong with that. So that's the assumption that you are essentially writing some type of software, game, whatever it happens to be. It's actually built in, it's a Node.js application. And if you need to do optimizations, you are doing that in C++ via modules, right? And there's nothing wrong with doing that. Okay, so we have our scene, we have our node editor GUI. We are displaying that right away. We just need to fix up our menus here. We only need one menu. And this is our node editor. And we will do node load. Let's add another item. Save. Okay, so when we load a node, which we won't get into, really what we care about right now is fix you, you, and you. That goes away. We don't need you. Okay. Why am I calling create? It's not, that's bad. I don't want to recall create. Or is this a different, why was I doing this? Oh, right, this is, check something real quick. Okay. Nope. Oh, yeah. Let's build a node and then we can render it, whatever that is going to mean. Okay, so we're gonna go steal a little bit of code from our terrain system, kind of where we're building some planets, or we build a station, if I'm in the right place. This is random generation. Let me look at scripts here. Where am I doing that? The computer room. Yeah, okay. So we want to get a static map. Where do I define this? Okay, this is kind of what I'm looking for. And then we'll refactor this as well. But for the moment, this will work. And I need this function as well, because do I actually need this? I don't think I do. It's really just a script object. So say prop bag is equal to new script object. Yeah, I don't need you, okay. We just need to define everything that matters to us. And a lot of these properties we'll be able to adjust, like ambient lighting, things like that. Let's see, sorry, let me catch up on chat. You think it's pronounced torsion? Torsion? It's pronounced torque. Does Torque2D handle physics, and did you write your own spine integration for it? Torque2D uses Box2D, as someone in chat pointed out. So there's that. We've made modifications to it, but it's basically Box2D. And I did not write my own spine integration. The Garage Games, the original company that owned Torque2D, funded the Spine development team to write a Spine integration. We've made some modifications to that as well. But so thankfully we didn't have to go do that. What's up, Carmen? How you been lately? You've totally forgot how terrible the syntax of Torque script is, Kane. I know, right? What's up, Screamer? Torque script is a bit of is a bit of a language. All true things, man. All true things. Now, I'm trying to think. Do I actually even need a property bag with what we're doing here? I think we want to. I'm gonna think about that for a moment. But for the moment, what we do is, so we're creating that. So we have our property bag. What am I doing with this though? This just defines. Create a property bag. That'll define it. This is saying what static level to build. This will get a map. There we go. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So we have properties, we have maps. It's been a while. Where do I create static maps? Okay, there it is. So from the property, we call create map. And since it's static, this is essentially what I'm looking for. And that's all I need. So we're gonna factor that away here in a moment. So make sure I'm not doing, and then I'll have to grab, what am I using composite for? It's a new terrain object. That's for next and previous maps, portals, rooms. I don't necessarily need that yet. Okay. So really what we're doing is we are creating a new terrain object. Still want to keep, I do want to keep a property set. Okay, so from our, it's called props. Make it easier on ourselves. From our properties, we can set what we need. It's definitely static. This is hard-coded for these for now. Store all the rest of the properties. There's some more data we need. And I don't need all of this. Some of this is going to be going away. But for the moment, all right, I don't care about you. This is what's important, though. We got to set our tile data. We have to set our slope tiles. Important. And this we don't care about. I think that's all I need for now. I think that's all I need at the moment. So this will give us a new tile. And we kind of want to set, is this just going to be our node? I think this will just be our node. So we can build a node. We have the properties for a node. We need to render this node, which should be pretty simple. From our GUI, right, we can get the scene window. see how far off we are in a moment. We want to get the scene. And then we want to say from this current node, add to scene, our scene. What's up, Itsy? What's up? How you doing out there? I think we can test this. And yeah, let's go do that. Let's see how bad this is. Why did we not load up? Why did this not load? We're displaying, we're building our menu. Let's find out. We have an error, of course, because we don't know what build menu is. Because I still call it level editor. That's right. Alright, that should fix this. Okay, so new plugin for a node editor. If we have a new node, did that actually do anything? Excellent question. Oh, we actually have to call generate. If I remember correctly, yep. So when we want to populate the map, we need to generate the map, because this will actually go build the map. If it's procedural, if it's static, it'll take all of our input data and generate what we have. But we actually need to place tiles still. But okie dokie. So when I want to render the node, this dot current nodes, make sure we generate it. I don't know if we should actually generate before we render it. And then we want to add some terrain. So this might be a good start for us. So before we generate even, this should generate flat ground terrain across the entire map. And what is our terrain width? Let's just look here, build map properties. Terrain width of 37. So that should give us a start. We have to make sure camera is going to be correctly. Okay, there we go. So this is good. This is showing us the map that we need to see. I need to build in some camera movement commands. Wings and Diet Coke for breakfast? Wow. I'm not even sure how to respond to that. But wings and Diet Coke. Is it a good breakfast? Are you enjoying it at least? Are you at least enjoying it? Hey, Andy, how you doing, man? Thank you, sir. It's good to be back. It is good to be back. Okay, so. We need to set a few things here. Where am I creating my camera? It's in our node editor GUI. Right, we create a new scene. Just to make sure I'm not going crazy here. This is what we're looking for. So on our window, and a few things we're gonna change. At the moment, we don't need you. Okay, let's see where that gets us. We're gonna have to adjust a couple things. A little better. can actually move our camera up a bit. Give us a little bit better of a view. Why did... I'm thinking in tiles and... Oop, going the wrong way, of course. Okay, that's better because now we can see ceiling because we're an indoor map. Let's adjust that down just a bit. Okay, that's good. And this is the start of the level usually, by the way, and we're gonna fix this as well because we don't necessarily need to define start of level. But we'll get to that. We will get to that. I want to adjust up a little bit more. One more time. Very tasty, Screamer. Oh man, you are... That's good. That's disgusting, Screamer. I'm just gonna put it out there, man. I'm just gonna put it out there. Okay, so camera controls. We need some camera controls. So I wonder if we should just do click and drag. I wonder if click and drag, or should I have... So we're gonna do two things. Click and drag for now. We're probably also gonna have to put in a mini, a map window to see the map overlay and let us click directly through, because maybe we're building a kind of a large node and we want to quickly navigate through it. But for now, let's just get some simple click and drag in there. So this is our window on mouse down. Let me check something here real quick. I'm looking for you. Just want to make sure this gets fired. That was loud. Okay, perfect. So trying to remember, I think it's Touch ID or mouse click. So I want to get the middle mouse button. So this is number of clicks. Middle mouse is actually not, this is actually only left click. That's right, because it's touchdown. It's on touchdown. And that's not actually what I want. On mouse wheel down is actually what I'm looking for. And there's an on right mouse button down, of course. On touchdown is essentially if you are building a game that you want to run on mobile, you run it on a PC, you want to run a Mac, etc., right? You should use on touchdown, not on left click down, because there is no left click on some platforms. I'm tired through my very wrong opinion. Screamer. Oh, Screamer. No, that's okay, man. I forgive you. So on our window, let's... Oops, sorry about that, guys. Let's hold a... I'm thinking, how do I want to do this? True. False. And then there should be on. Is it going to be on touch? On touch move should be mouse move. And then if. We're going to keep the Y, Actually, let's do get camera position of Y. And we just want to use mouse point of X. Let's see if this works. I could be completely off my rocker here. Whoa! Oh, we need to reset window position as well. When we render the node. So, okay. My scroll wheel is controlling that, and it should not. Oh, that's not the right. This is what I want. All right, what did I break? What did I just break right now? This should be our world point, but maybe I don't want world point. Maybe I want... No, I want it in world point. But maybe this is not world point. This might be window point. Let's find out. Noble next month. You wrote the editorial. Very awesome, Screamer. That's right, 2600 is coming back, isn't it? What did I just break? Oh, I'm probably spewing out so much data. Hold on. Clear, and that's fine. Just need to make sure I start on that window. Okay, so there is our data. Close you down. Let's move this only if middle mouse button is clicked. Okay. Oh, so middle mouse is, I get it. I get what's going on. Middle mouse wheel. Sorry, guys. Why did no one in chat correct me? Why? My bad, guys. My bad. That's mouse wheel. I don't want mouse wheel. That's for Zoom. We'll probably build in Zoom as well. But I need middle mouse down. Okay, just wanted to make sure it's an actual function. Down, up. It's good of me. Is there an actual drag? Is there middle mouse on mouse? There is on mouse dragged. We'll just do it ourselves. So now if I click, it's nothing still. What do I need to enable? There is a possibility that this is not being passed through, because we did have to make a fix at some point, if I remember correctly. So is this used anywhere? That's dispatching. That's on scene window. This is on the root from the canvas. Where was that at? Where was that? So here's an execute from a tree control. That's from the array. None of that should matter though, as long as our... Oh, this is from a scene window though. That's gonna go too far. Yeah, this should be working. How's it going? Do I have bugs? I always have bugs coded. Code Ascent. When don't you have bugs? It never went away. And you got 500 smackaroos. Screamer, that's cool, man. I thought 2600 stopped publication for a long while. I guess I'm wrong. I could definitely be wrong there. That can't be the only place where... Wait, hold on. Is that true? Is that true as well? I guess that is true. Input event down. There, this is what I'm looking for. Not here. Here. There we go. This is what I was looking for. So see, this only processes input events and right mouse. And that is bad, because then it won't pass it on. Oh, but this is only send input events. This should not be holding us up. Okay, I think we're gonna debug. I think we just hit our debug point. On middle mouse down. And we're just gonna see if we hit here. I didn't want to hit F5, but I might have it set up correctly. Okay, perfect. So, middle mouse down. Hey, middle mouse down actually does hit. That's good. Oh, this is internal. This is internal. Let's see what the dispatch looks like. So we are to the window. Here's our event. Get the camera view, local GUI points. So we have the world mouse point, which is not calculated yet. We're bound to a scene, so do a window to scene. So now we have point in world, good. So we're gonna build up our buffer. Okay, so we are gonna execute on middle mouse down. We are executing this. And then our buffer of 0 is the event ID. Buffer 1, buffer 2. So what am I doing on middle mouse down? This looking correct. But maybe its touch move is not being called, or... Alright, so we know this is happening. Fine, fine, okay. Stop debugging. Let's debug from the script side now. Boop. Okay, so that's good. And that's definitely getting called. So if I hold it down, we're good. As soon as I let go. Okay, so all that is working as expected. Ah, when middle mouse is down, this is not getting called. Because now if I go here, instantly called. Let's check something real quick. I don't think this is going to change anything. I have a feeling on-touch move does not get called because then that's when drag comes in. Sorry, memory is coming back to me. My memory is coming back to me. On-touch move not called when a click is in. Yes. Okay, which is fine because it makes it easier. On mouse dragged, I believe. And we just call on mouse drag from scene window. We dispatch the drag event, no matter what. Hope on touch drag. Okay, so let's just do this. Get rid of you. On touch drag not getting called. Ah, but if I do left click, it's called. Right click not called. Right click not called. Left click called. Right, left click is called. Middle not, right click not. Okay, so I need to see why. Is there an on, just an on general drag? Never mind, it's right here. Wow. This is what happens when you don't use TorqueScript for about a year. You forget everything about. So we don't actually need to worry about any of this. I can just delete all of that. We can get rid of you. Get rid of you. All we care about is if the middle mouse button is dragged. We want to know what the drag point is and set our camera to that. That was a roundabout way of doing it. So now if I click, we might need to put some dampening on here. I think we're gonna dampen this. Very easy to dampen, by the way, right? So instead of using the full X, we wanna multiply it. Well, I say we wanna use 10% of X. So we'll move at 10% of the mouse speed. Boop, see, right? So now I can, oh, and I actually should do a drag. I should do a drag instead of, because whenever I click, if I click here, right, if I click back here, boop, it will pop back. We don't want that. We actually don't want that. We want to know what the drag difference is. So I do need to capture the down event on middle mouse down. Middle mouse start. And we just want to get the difference, right? Diff of X is from our middle mouse starts of X minus mouse point of X. And we'll still do a dampening effect on it. Who's the leader of the club that's made for you and me? MIDDLEMOUSE. Middle mouse, Jesus. So now, if I click, so if I just click, we're fine. If I click here and drag, ooh, I'm still offsetting. Ooh, I don't want to just use diff here. I want to know what the difference is from when I clicked and now as I'm dragging away. I also need to know what the current camera... Actually, I think I just need camera position X, not the mouse point X. Or no, do I need both? Let me think for a second here. Oops. I think I need both. Okay, so if we get the camera position, so we know where we started in the drag world, right? And it's really our camera, save camera position plus the difference of X. Let's start with that and see if we still need to do a damp on it. Right, so there we go. Boop, boop, boop. Why are we shifty? Why are we jumping? Why are we jumping? From a small click. That should not be an issue, but it is. Thinking why that is a problem. Okay, but we are closer to what we want to be. Is our diff. Let's echo our diff and see if we might be getting some type of not a value situation in diff potentially every once in a while. It's clear. Let's take a look at our diff positions. So we start. Oh, why are we jump? Did we just jump back? Why are we jumping forward and backwards? You see this? That's our problem. The question is, oh, it's because we're updating our camera position. When our camera moves, our world point adjusts as well. Because we're moving the camera in the world. Is that correct? Is that correct? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember on torque, but that looks like what's kind of going on here, and that's our. Kind of what's going on. That's what seems to me. So now the question is, should I even worry about diff, or should we just go to, I could always reset. Now that'd be too jumpy as well. Essentially, I want to move camera to world position. I think there is a camera follow. Let me find my camera object. We can actually move the camera. So we can set a camera position. That's if it's mounted. We don't want to mount it though. Is that the only time that we can do a camera move? We can actually do a start camera move. Where does start camera move happen? Over time, right? For mounted, which we don't want to be, which is good. Okay, that's good. So stop move if we're at target already. And we can set it in interpolation mode. In a time, I think we might just do a camera move actually. Maybe we'll try that. I gotta set the target though. Angle, where's target at? Set target camera position. We'll do that. If we're moving, right, okay, so we're just setting, that's not setting camera target. Let me just make sure. Because what we're doing right now is we're setting the camera position, right? But we actually want to set a camera target position. And then set move. And if we are moving, we stop. And then we'll have to remove. Okay, so let's see what we can do with that here. So set target. Oops. Okay, so let's set a camera target. And for the moment, let's just return. Just want to make sure this is not actually going to do anything. New node. Okay, good. We're setting target. Then we can do, what's the interpolation modes? Where are you? Look up. Oh, there we are. So we can do a linear sigma, and I'm assuming linear's gonna be the default, which is good. That's what we want. So then we can do a start camera move. And here, we got to pass in an interpolation time. If we don't pass one, it's going to use set camera interpolation time. So this is our transition time. Just want to see what this time is. Is this from 0 to 1? Is this in seconds? So there's a normal transition time of 2. Let's just go with the default and see what happens and go with that. Let's see if this works at all. New node. So if I click over here, it does transition me. If we click here, it does transition. And it is over 2 seconds. Okay, so now let's adjust this to half a second and start playing with that time. Wouldn't it be best to have the current point under the mouse, stay under the mouse when panning? It would be. However, what I am trying to offset is the fact that our start position kind of changes as we start moving the camera. Is where we're at right now. So what happens is we're starting to get a weird like jump back and forth as we move further and further away from the point of origin. So what the bad thing about using start camera, however, is there is a delay for it to start up because this has to run through the next tick of the game engine, and it's not immediate. And that's not going to work. Not gonna work for us. Okay. Worth checking out. All right, back to maybe just fixing this thing. You wrote some panning code for text review report? Yes. Actually, is there pan? There actually might be. It's probably a bad search to do. Probably not a good search to do. But there is, but that's for audio, that's right. It's like, there is something about panning, if I remember. Okay, that's fine. We just need to see then how we can adjust our movement here for the point of origin. So we know where the mouse point starts in the world. We know what the camera position was in the world. And what we're saying is from our old camera position to the difference in world. And maybe that is what's messing us up. Maybe I just want to go I can't just go to the diff. And I can't just go to mouse point. Right, because that instantly jumps me. Apparently my brain, it doesn't like to work at 9 in the morning. Quite understandable. This should be working. This really should be working. It has some, I'm pretty sure it has something to do with mouse point coming back. Based off of our camera change. Maybe I should log our new camera position X. Maybe that will show me what I'm not seeing right now. And of course, we should do this correctly, so I know what's what. Okay, just clear. So there was a lerp back there. I noticed it. So we start at 0.15, and this went up by 0.15 again. So that's correct. This, we didn't really move, a small move, okay, but this actually went back in time, right? Or went backwards. I guess the diff went backwards as well. So now we're back to here. Moving forward. Oh, and there's a big jump back, right? So as you can see, our diff is going back and forth. Our diff is going back and forth by a very small amount. Actually, this is not a small amount. This is 0.15. It's basically the difference every tick, right? So do I just need to adjust my mouse start by the diff? Well, not by the diff, but there was our first diff. Want to store the previous diff. And then in here, let's initialize it. So really, this is seeming a little too complicated, but let me try it. That's what I'm doing, Kane, right? That's what... Well, no, he can't just do... Well, can I just use current camera position plus the diff? Maybe. But this actually does fix it, right? No more leaping around. No more jumping back and forth. Now the question is, could I instead just do the current camera position? Let's try it. Let's try it real quick. And we'll then know. And just gonna comment this out. And maybe my brain is starting to warm up. Yes, yeah, okay. Get rid of you, because you're silly. And I'm silly. I don't know what I was thinking. I actually don't need to save the camera position at all now. I just need to know the difference between our pan start and where we're panning at. Right? Just want to make sure we're not jumping. Okay, perfect. Exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we need to do a couple things here. And I wonder if I need to build a custom GUI control, if I can use the inspector control for this. Because I want to be able to adjust our properties in real time. So we have our property bag, and there's only certain properties that I care about. Not render. When we call new node, not new node, sorry. When I build my node. Which is in here. So it's really the terrain object, because sometimes I want to adjust the number of tiles we have. Where do I set that? Actually, it's not in here at all. It's right here. Right, I want to be able to adjust the terrain. At least in the terrain width department. So I might need to adjust here. Because this allows us to add terrain. I think I'm just going to build this as a custom GUI control, because it's not just a property that I can adjust one way or another. So let's do that. So now what I want to be able to do is, well, a couple things. I forgot how, when I set up, when we generate, if it's ground, that's great. Where do we set? Start of map. Edge collisions, that's platforms. Ah, there it is, indoor box. Okay, create the top of our box. If tile I is a left side anchor index. Oh, that's right. So if we're static, we use -1, otherwise -6. So this has to become a property now. Or more importantly, this just has to be a little more dynamic in... So I'm going to keep it in for now, but we'll have to refactor this away, because when I'm building out nodes, it should not be about doors. Because essentially what we're doing is it's an indoor, we're building the map edges, and the map edges always have a door on the left side and a door on the right side. That doesn't work for us anymore at a terrain object, because now a terrain object can be a chunk of a full map. And that means it might need to stitch together with other chunks seamlessly. So we'll need to refactor this out. Because we might not need this aspect, right? Otherwise, we just do a straight. And that's what we want to do, is we just want to set this anchor point differently. So it should be pretty simple, which we'll get to. Which we will get to in a moment. But first, I need to build a GUI to allow us to adjust map properties To allow us to start editing some map properties. Okay, so how shall we do that? Well, we have, let's see, close other tabs. Let's start fresh here. We have our GUI. This is our overall GUI, right? Which is just a scene window right now, and that's cool. I think we're gonna have to build up some custom things. Couple of custom things. And the GUI aspect of Torque is a little terrible. I'm just gonna say that. And we'll start from there. So, should I start this as I want to start this as a container. Should this just be a stack control of name value pairs? That might be, what does a rollout do? Which allows us to click collapse. And then grids. I actually wrote this a long time ago for Torque 2D, and then now, of course, this is in the main branch. So, this actually might work. We might do, I might do a rollout control of grids, and then in the grid we'll just have labels to edit controls. Because it's kind of what I want to build out here. So let's try that. Let's try that to start. While you're being self-absorbed, be like, thank me for taking last Sunday off to let viewers celebrate your birthday. Well, happy belated birthday, Screamer. Is your birthday really the day before, is it really the day before Memorial Day? Interesting birthday. Alrighty. We don't need, well, we can save most of this. That's fine. Does this use a special profile? Let me check. If there's a profile, if it has a bitmap array, we're gonna get bitmap bounds. Let's do a search here for profile. There is a GUI rollout profile. I don't know if we define one right now. We might have to go steal one. And that's okay. Let's see here. That didn't help me at all, but we're going to search their repository because I want to steal it. They use it all over the place, but they themselves... Oh, there it is. Found you. Found it. So it does have a rollout image. So I'm going to steal this. And I have my own profiles. Boop. And Torque 2D is a different beast than Torque 3D when it comes to profile creation. So we don't need it as a singleton. We define it as an object like that. But otherwise, everything else is the same. The question is, do I have a rollout asset, or am I going to go steal that as well from the Torque 3D thing, side of things? I might. Oh, I do have a rollout. Let's take a look at this here. Where'd you go? All right, that's what I'm looking for. Perfect. So we do need that, and thankfully it's already defined for us. GUI images rollouts. And that should be everything we need. Okay, so back to here, set the right profile. It's a rollout profile. start with that. And position-wise, let's start here. I just want to get it on the board. Let's see where we're at. The big 350 screamer. So you can see up here, guys, by the way, if you can see up here, here's our rollout. Is this what I want, actually? I'm going to have to add some controls in here. And this is obviously too large, but let's start here and see what we can do. So within here, let's create some child items. I'm gonna switch this. Will this work if I just switch this to XML? I think it'll be fine. Okay. So, what do I want to put in here? I want to put a grid in here now. And that will be like that. Don't need a name for the grid control. We do need this data and some other data. Man, GUI development is fun. You guys know it's fun as well. Don't lie to me. We just need the default profile. For this, keep this relative... Ooh, actually, I want this to fill. I want this to fill. Just gotta get the right enum. This is the table. I gotta remember what our fills are. We don't want it dynamic. We do kind of want it stacking. It's set to relative right now. These are for stacking. I don't want stacks. Go away, stacks. Here we go. Sizing options. I want horizontal width and height. There it is. Width and height. So when it uses this, when we're doing a parent resize, normally this is relative, right? But what we're doing is width. We say the new extent is just plus equal to delta. And delta is the difference on the resize, and we say the new extent is that. So I think we're fine here. And I think I don't even have to define that. Okay. So within our grid control now, and I gotta remember how the grid control works because I wrote it like 3 years ago. We have to say how many rows and how many columns. This is gonna have, oops, wrong place. I could just do one grid control, but that's not really the stacking I want to do at first. So we're going to say it has one row. And columns has 2 columns. Let's call it correctly here. And then when we're adding an object, I can't remember how I determine what row and column it should go into. I thought we used get grid rec. There we go. So I can put a row and a column, and we can do row span. Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so within here, we're going to have 2 child controls. Should just make the editor terminal-based, Kane. I like it. GUI is the worst. I know, right? Let's just make it terminal-based. I think there's a label. Obviously, there's a text edit. There is a text control. Maybe, oh, here, I think this is what I want. Yeah, so we want a text control. And this is like that. Do I need... Just want to see if I'm using normal text, oh, GUI text profile. Okay, good. Okay, so set the profile. We do need to set some data here. I think I want left in top. Position is fine. And then extents here. Let's do just as a test. And there should be, there it is, text. Okay, I think that's enough real quick just to rerun, see how screwed up I've made this all. Let's see how bad I got this, guys. So that's good that we show absolutely nothing on here, right? It's amazing. I did it right. I got it right, or I got absolutely nothing right. Maybe I do need to set the, that's a rollout control. Our grid control, I think, actually this might be our problem. So for each grid control, we want it to be 500 by 32. Put an ink canvas on top of your game instant editor, just add water. How's it going, Rag? Why did that do nothing? Why did that give me absolutely nothing? Extent. I might have to look at the rollout control. I might be messing this up. Oh, I do need to set. I do need to set the row to 0. That should be the defaults, by the way. Column also to 0. Just want to double check. So we get a column, and we'll get null. We'll get in a fail. Because we are, by default, going to pull back. Actually, no, it's null. This should actually give us 0. That should give us 0. But that's okay. We'll define it. We need to define it anyway. Did I get the right column and row? Yes. And I might have to debug through this here. What's this? Okay. I'm not happy right now with this. What happens if I had 2? Because I do want 2 grid controls ultimately, or multiple grid controls here. Just to see what happens. Just to see if our stack expands. So our stack control is not expanding at all. Okay, so I am going to have to debug this then. So in our stack control, I think we stack from top as the default. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there just to make sure. Because maybe we're stacking from the left, and that would be weird. Let's get resize. And, okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so we are stacking from the top. We have the right position. Psi object list is nothing, so I'm going to put a breakpoint in here once we have items added. And of course, we're going to get the new position. That's going to call resize, get rid of you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Why did this not ever get called? Let's rerun that. Because these should have been added explicitly. Maybe they... Oh. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, I think I need to set this as a container. This can't be the reason why these aren't being added. It's a possibility. That might be a bug. What GitHub thing is that, Kane? You gotta move your window? Okay, Screamer, I'll hang on for a second. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so now apparently I have to look at, well, GUI, all right, so this is what I want to do to see where this is coming from. GUI control. Should have an add object. Because maybe add object is not getting called when it's loaded from a resource. Maybe add object is just the script interface for objects being added, but obviously I'm wrong there because as you can see, we are parsing a TAML file. Let's see what file we're parsing, just out of curiosity. So this is our console dialog. So as we parse in elements, back up. Okay, in here. We do get child XML elements, which is correct. So in here we have the child element. So container child class. Do we have a container child class? Is the child object the correctly derived type? Skip the child was not created. So this is interesting if this doesn't get created correctly. All right, so let's continue on real quick. I want to see if I can get to the right file name. That's console dialog. Console dialog still. Man, there's a lot of objects in our console dialog here. Oh, this is different now. This is from set content, which we can get through. We don't care about from set content and that. Okay, I think we should be hitting read a file. This is our notice GUI. So let me get past this here. Tools. All right, this is what I'm gonna have to do then. This is getting annoying. Put a breakpoint here so I know whenever a new file name is added. Okay, new file, confirm override, don't care, don't care, don't care. File name deletes. Much easier. A lot of child items. Confirm. All right, so here's our level editor GUI now. This is good. So we can actually step through our, right, and that's level editor GUI. Perfect. Open the stream, get the format mode, which is XML. We're gonna read it. Load the document, parse our elements. GUI control, right? Right, good. So we want to create the type, which is a GUI. Read do run pre-reads. Does it require name? Register it. All right, so we're going to try and grab child nodes now. Good. Fetch our Tamil children. Holy cow. Thank you guys so much for the follows out there. I do appreciate that. Okay, so is this a standard child element? Is it a Tamil child? It's not, or maybe it is. So we want to parse the child object now. So when we parse the child object, it's going to be a scene window, which we don't care because we want to get to our rollout. Okay, so this first one's fine, which should be a scene window. Okay. Do we have a container child? If so, is the child object correctly derived type? It's fine. Okay, good. And we are adding the object. Let's back up through here. Okay, good. All right, so now we want to this is now our stack control, right? Is this a Tamil parent? No. So we want to parse this element. We need to step in because this is going to have children itself. We get the type name. It's an inspector. Get some callbacks. Excellent. Parse attributes, object name. Register it. Okay, so now we're going to get child nodes. Oh, this is saying it has no child nodes. That does not seem correct at all, though, because it has 2 child nodes, right? What? I think I'm gonna go back to here. Yeah, it's saying there's no child nodes from an XML standpoint. That's not true. Unless I'm doing something wrong here. Which I'm not. Oh my god. Oh my god. Who invited Cornflower into the chat? Oh, Kane, look at the GitHub where I found the profile. No. It's just the GUI profile for the control. Control's the same though. Have I abandoned my YouTube channel? I, of course, have not abandoned my YouTube channel. I just have not streamed much lately. How long have I been coding in C++? About between 17 and 20 years, Codicent. About 17 years. Nothing but audio, Frog. If you are getting stutters, Frog, so Twitch has a new option for low delay to reduce delay of the stream. I have that turned on, but that means that some people might have some stutter issues because their bandwidth, they can't keep up. You can go try and watch me on Live Coding TV and see if that helps at all. But that's some usage examples of the Lorella stuff they're doing. They did, but Torque 2D is in that aspect. Torque 2D starts to diverge from Torque 3D in the asset side of things. So they don't use Tamil. They don't use files like this, and they don't have this code for parsing them. So what I need to figure out is why is XML not seeing our children, right? It's not seeing these. And that's not a good thing. And that's kind of our problem. It's not seeing these as children, so it's not able to add them to the rollout control. And that's strange. That's very, very weird. All right, let's terminate here. Let's put a breakpoint on there. It is not against Twitch terms of service, only if you are a partner, which I am not a partner. Only if you are a Twitch partner. Then it is definitely against your partnership contract. Yeah, so why, oh why? Why does it not see our children? All right, I'm gonna rerun. We don't care about you. Get rid of you, actually. We're gonna have to get past a whole bunch of modules, by the way. But we'll get past them in a moment. Shouldn't be too many, I hope, as we get past all of our systems. Okay, loaded up there. Console, I'm actually going to get rid of you as well, since we know that's not the problem. Load up some other Tamil files, getting past those. Get past most of these real quick. I forgot how many Tamil files we load. Okay, now we're getting close. Tools, tool, level editor. Okay. Get our formats. Read our file. So we have the reader. We're gonna read. I kind of want to look into where we load files and see what's going on. So if we look at what got loaded here, whoa, what file am I saving? This is a node editor. Oh, bollocks. But you guys see this? This is the wrong inspector that I'm debugging. Hit F5, actor picker. That's the one that we want to debug through. All right, let's do this again. So it's probably not as weird as I was thinking. Load up our file, parse our elements, GUI control. That's me having the wrong, duplicating a file name when I shouldn't have been doing that. We'll fix it. But for the moment, not important. Let's get our node editor GUI. Okay, let's see what children we have here. We want to jump into here. I was thinking for a moment, do I need to step in? Nope, that's our scene window. We don't have to step into that. Now, though, we should have another child. And we want to parse that elements. And this is our type name. There's our rollout control, right? But more importantly, we should have a child node. There we go. Phew. Whew. All right, so go through our children, iterate through them. Get the first child node. We want to parse this element. We do want to parse this element because we want to see what the heck is going on, right? So here's our GUI grid control. Create that type. We don't have an object name because it doesn't matter. This will have children as well. Remember, it has one child. And we do want to step into that just to make sure. Get the type name. There's our text control. We can step through quite a few of this. Not what we care about. It's not going to have any children. That's fine. We're going to return that. Okay, so now we have our child control. Right map width, all that fun stuff. Yes, so the child, the correctly derived type. It is. Okay, good. So we're going to add this as a Tamil child. Just want to see what that does. So this does call add object on our GUI. So we're going to adjust our grid. Grid items. Grid items. Good, good, good. Get the rect. Get our position. We want to set our position. Oh yeah, we adjust our position as we size. I wonder if the grid control does not work in the in our stack control. That might be what's messing us up. That's possible. We're gonna find out here in a moment. Okay, so that's that control. This is our grid control. Let's add the Tamil on it. Size to our contents. Let's calculate our height. So we have a bar height of 25. We want to get content at 0. Interesting. Why do we only get the first item? You know, it's possible a rollout control is not a... I'm thinking a rollout control is a stacked control that collapses. That's not true. A rollout control collapses its single child. So as we add more children, nothing is going to happen here. And it's probably not a good control for the grid control to be in there. Because we get the content, and we're going to call it get height of our extent. Whoa, our extents are totally screwed up here. Whoa. So we have left, top, width, height is only 61, 30. That seems about right, actually. So we set our point, set our extent. Right, we add content. That's good. If size, we want to do an instant expand, sure, point to the expanded point, which does X to 0. Okay, good. And then we just want to do a resize of that. So this is working as intended. And that's our content right there, right? I think the problem is we can't use a grid control in there. Let me catch up here. Hey, Venga, how you been, man? Instead of having a child get a cat, screamer. Screamer. What making you it? We're working on some internal tools to a game we're developing. Do not open the Moobot raffle cornflower. Is this SDL? It is not SDL. It's Torque 2D, which is based off OpenGL. Okay, sorry guys. So to fix this, so there's our extent, right? So if I just say as a little test here, as a small test, save run. I'm just curious. This never expands any further, so let's not use a grid control. Let's instead use a pane. Or what's a general container? I think a pane is our basic container. But that has a caption. I don't want a caption. I just want a grouped control. Frame, maybe. Maybe a frame. Even this, though, not kind of what I'm looking for. There is a form control, which also is not what I want to use. That's kind of a movable container. Where is a basic container? So that's what I want. I don't want an auto scroll. Well, a rollout gives us the same thing, but we also might just want to switch to a scroll control. But first, I need my container. I thought a grid would get me there, but I think I'm having trouble on the grid aspect. With it being a child of this container here, right? So let's actually do something here. Let's take this grid, let's move it out of the rollout. Let me just get the grid working first. The way that I want it. Right? Keep everything normal. Let's just see what I'm screwing up in the basic grid. Let's actually change the position a little bit. And yeah, that's fine. We'll keep that, and we'll make this way off screen for now. I don't want to see it. I just want to get the grid working. And there's something up here that's messing with me. Why am I using CC and .h extensions instead of CPP and HPP? Do they matter? They do not matter. Use whatever extension works best for you. So many modules. Welcome to Game Engines. .cc for C++, .cpp, all of them. There's no universal naming convention for C++ files, right? Some people use CC, some people use CPP. You can even call it .c and still compile it as C++. It really doesn't matter. Sorry, okay, so am I not setting the font size? What's the default font size? Or maybe I need to set max length. That shouldn't matter. There's the extent. That's fine. Here's our text control. And there's our font size. And we're on Windows, so Lucid Console. And font size is 12. So that should be freaking fine. Go away. So why am I not getting what I'm looking for from our grid? One column, one row. This, oh. Whoa. wonder if that is playing a role in our problems here. You prefer .cs, Vega? There you go. For the win? Nice. You don't even need extensions. Extensions are for nobody. What is going on? See this right here? I can't zoom in on it because it's in a GUI element, but that is driving me bonkers at the moment. Let me switch everything to relative, which is kind of a default. So weird. So weird. What in the Sam Higgins? Just out of curiosity. It's not extending. It's almost as if we're not really rendering. If I change this, we should get a warning down in our output, which we do not. Oh, that's also bad. Where's my rollout control? I don't want to name you. But that's just a warning. That shouldn't mess with anything. All right, I got to debug our grid control because the grid control's not rendering, and I could be using the wrong profile. Default profile might not be what I want to use. Let me take a look at default profile. Tab is false. It's opaque, not good. It does have a fill color, it doesn't have a border. It has we're not overriding. Well, we do, which is fine. So a grid actually should be fine here. We should be okay. Where are my profiles at? There they are. It's transparent. We could just do a solid. We could try solid real quick. You never got to like CPP? For the Horde? Oh god, Corn. That was a bad joke, buddy. That was a terribly bad joke. Okay, so there is our grid, right? And obviously we're making it opaque. And way up here you can see where our text control is supposed to be. So things are starting to maybe come together for us a little bit. I think relative, let's see, left top. I'm gonna have to debug through the grid control, because that's screwing us up here completely. Am I supposed to set? Let's take a look at the grid control actually. So when we say row and columns, is really just number. When we add an object, we can adjust the grid. That's not our issue. It's this. I wonder if we're setting the extent incorrectly. So one last try real quick. Just want to see what happens. Yeah, this is all terrible. So let's put a breakpoint here and let's just see what's going on. Okay. Adjust our grid. We have an extent, which is fine. We don't have sizes. Let's adjust our grid item. As we have items, get the first item, which is column of 1, okay, which is a length of 1. Oh, that's right. That's right. When I say column 1, row 1, or column 0, row 0, its size percentage, yeah. Where did this come from? So I have grid rows and, I'm sorry, grid columns and column sizes, right? So this should be number of columns, which is fine. And then there should be column sizes. Where do column sizes come from? Which is a subvector. We never set this ourselves. So what is, this seems weird. Okay, so if that's true, here's our stir items, right? Which is a vector of string table entries. The help is incorrect here. It's not just number of columns. We have to define something else as well. So as we iterate through this, oh, that's what it is. That's what we need to do. This is what we need to do. It's not rows of 1. It's rows at, let's see, so we support star, or it could be percentage based. So what we want to say is, we'll just do this. 1 row, right? Actually, yeah, 1 row, which can be star, but the columns, which we will have 2, we want to say this is 100 standard absolute pixels, and then space 100. So this will give us 2 columns, or more specifically, let's do 70% and 30%, or star, right? 70% star. So this will give us 2 columns. This will give us 1 row. That's how we're screwing up. So now if we rerun this, look at that. Much better. Much, much better. So what I'm going to do is pop this now back into here, where it should be. And this I want to put back to width. Put this back to height. Put position back to 0, 0. The extent shouldn't matter here. All right, let's run this now. What keyboard do I use? I have a Razer Chroma. Sorry, so this is close. We're close. Let me see what we are messing up here. It's trying to put it here, but a drop-down control might not be the right control we want to use, by the way. A roll-off control might not be the correct item here. I got to give the grid correct width here, I believe. So there we go, right? So, and of course I can't, because I think we're overlapping. Let me see if I position our Y down a little bit. I don't think that's doing anything at all because I have width and height set, which means I really should just do relative. This should be relative. And then of course back to a normal profile for you. Oh, actually, don't. Ooh, normal profile's bad. GUI trans profile is what's better. Whoa, why didn't you use transparent? But I think I'm gonna get rid of the rollout control, by the way. So that's actually not what I want to use. We're gonna change that up. Let's just do that now. So better. Okay, so relative position now. X, Y. Now we just gotta figure this out. All right, we can iterate through this now. This will just take me a few minutes. Kind of get this where I want it to be. If I use I don't want to use default because that'll give me the wrong text color, but we'll fix this into probably a scrolling control or something. I'll figure that out. So we have a text control, and then we also want to have I didn't want to close that. Open you back up. This was going to be an edit control. So this is a text edit control. What do I need to define for this? And this is based off of, go to definition, declarations, off of a text control, so we actually can use the same properties as well. And I don't need to worry about any new properties. So this will then be, we'll define this, but for now I'll just put a item in there, and this is on column 1, right? Excuse me. Oh, and I want to put a different text profile. I think there's a text edit profile. If I remember, text. Not what I want. This might be better. Does this give us, let me find out. Otherwise, we'll create a new one. No, not what I wanted. Because that gives me, yeah, not what I wanted. Text box, console. Ooh, can I use the console? Gives me a font color, which is white, no. Oh, there it is, text edit profile. Right, this gives me opaque false, gives me a fill color, gives me border, gives me the right image. Yeah, that should be what I want. Just very terribly what I want. That was terrible. That's because I'm using, I guess, is star broken? Star might be broken. Let's do double percentage base. Percentage star might not be valid. That is horrible. Let me try that. This is also bad, right? 32, 32. Does not, what did I just break here? From the row. 32 is probably too shallow. Oh, and this is, I'm doing top. I want to center. Okay, and then I can go back to smaller. I'm just adjusting. Then we'll figure out what's up with the edit control. Something to do with the grid. We're not getting the right width that we are expecting. Okay, grid control. What is Tamil? Totally awesome markup language. You figured it out. Or a torque something markup language. I don't know. I think it's the torque asset markup language. Which include guard are you using? I use Pragma once. Some people are saying that it's not standing, therefore shouldn't be used. But I'm like, come on. I use Pragma. So typically, I will use Pragma once, and it is true. Pragma once is not standard. It is not part of the C++ or C spec. Yes, Proton, Windows 10. However, almost every modern C and C++ compiler understands Pragma once, right? It is not only compatible with Microsoft's C++ compiler. Almost all C++ compilers understand Pragma once and use it. I'm trying to think if there is a modern popular compiler that does not use Pragma once. I think they all do. But if somebody has a concrete answer, if there is a compiler that doesn't support it, throw it in chat. Because I can't think of one. I'm pretty sure they all do now. Okay, so let's debug this. Let's debug this again. Let's see what's going on. Why are we not getting the right width? So we gotta adjust our grid. Just here, right? So now when we look at here, we should have two items. First item that we get out is, that's length, yep. Oh, whoa. No, that's fine. Stir 100, right? So we get 100, absolute is true. We set the size to 100, we push that back, total size is 100. We still have another item, of course. Or do we not? Did I... What the heck? Oh, are you serious? That can't be correct. Hold on, I need to debug this again. That is a terrible... If that's true for vector or string table entries, oh, that's not fun. That's not cool at all. So we have 100, 100 in our array. We go through the first item. Yay, right? I want to go through the next item. We have a condition here that says if the item that we just got out, because we are iterating over it, does not equal the last item, continue on. It is telling me, though, oh, that is so terrible. Oh, Torque 2D developers have lost some more points, guys. Why do most people not like templates? Proton, I have no idea. Templates are your friend, guys. Templates are your friends. Yes, yeah, in the 90s, even maybe early 2000s, right? 15 years ago, 16 years ago, Pragma once had almost no support. It was just a Microsoft thing. But I think a lot of developers and then compiler developers have decided that they just want to support it. There was a lot of code written in Visual Studio that used Pragma once, and it's just so much easier to be able to cross-compile that or compile that in a different compiler if they would support it. Otherwise, a lot of code that people would have to go back through and update. So, do you guys see the bug here? Do you guys see the stupid bug between with what's going on. Terrible, terrible, terrible people. Because this iterator, where can I grab? Because this iterator, stir of column. I can't show both items here, I don't think. Let me see, this might. So here is, oh, is this just one item? Is this one item? Why is this one item? This should be a vector of string table entries. Where is this coming from? Where does grid control come from? Let me take a look at this again. Maybe I'm not doing this correctly. Okay, this is slightly my bad. I won't harp on Torque 2D developers a bit. This should not be like this. That has to be like that. It has to know that this is an array in the Tamil, and you do an array with a comma. When I put a space in there, it thinks it's just one element. I think this will fix this. Let's see. There we go, right? That's what we wanted. All right, so now we can do this correctly. Just do percentage star for the n. Whoa! That it does not like. I still think there is a bug on percentage and then remainder. This should be okay though. Whoa! That is some crazy stuff. So then if I do 150 in star, that should be okay. Okay, so that's fine. We don't need so much. Well, that's okay. That's so strange. So weird. Not happy with that. But much closer now. All right. All right. I should stop fiddling so much and just get some data in here so we can bind it up. So that's what I'm doing. I'm actually going to stop fiddling, and I actually want to make this. How do I make alignments? I know edit control. Let me just fix the alignment on this 1 second. Thought there was an alignment. These are sizing options. I'm more interested in alignment options. I thought I could right align text. I guess not. Or maybe I can and I'm just not thinking about it correctly. Set text. Okay, truncate. Yeah, I don't see any alignment happening. Right align, center align, right, left align. Maybe it's special in edit control. Let me see. History. So when we set cursor, mouse down. Where's the render? Render! Alright, fine. On render, okay. Oh, maybe it's from a profile. You know, actually, profile might let me align. So when we call draw text, let's actually look at that. Draw text. There's padding. cursor position, apply password, padding left. So I could do padding, but there it is, right? So that's center, align horizontally. So from the profile, there it is. Okay, so we just have to go create a right align profile. And that will go do GUI text edits right align. See if it's already set here. It's not. Let me see what it's called. In the profile, justify. Undo. Okay. Apparently my undo buffer is screwed up. GUI type. So we will go from here and undo. That was loud. Ouch. And then go back to here now. Now let's make sure. There we go, right? I just wanted this right aligned. I'm crazy. I'm crazy, I understand. So now we need to be able to adjust this. And obviously we need a bit of border here. But so right now I want to bind this value into the width of our map. So to make that happen, I need to give this a name. This is our node editor map width text. Let's call it control. Okay, so yeah. In our node editor now, we can have a function. GUI text editor. This has an I wonder if I should just do it when we lose focus. So when we lose the first responder, basically when we're losing focus, oh, we have a validate command. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but I think I'll just do it on lose first responder. So we can set it on first responder. We don't actually set anything besides this. Let's just make sure this gets called. The problem is I don't have any other, I think I have to, we're gonna have to do this a little differently. The issue is, since there's no other UI controls, there is no responder to lose, right? I guess if I click up here, we might get, no, we actually never lose the responder because there's no other UI controls. I think I'm just gonna put in an apply button. Let's keep it simple. I think we'll just keep it simple. There's also on, where's the code? Basically, if there's a console command, execute. If there is a console command, we want to execute it. Console variable, don't care. No, there is a escape command, right? So you can, which essentially is, that's escape. That's not what we care about. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Thank you for the follow out there. I do appreciate that. We're going to be doing some Steam game raffles here very shortly, guys, by the way. So hang out, relax. It'll be fun here in a couple moments. Instead, so we're gonna just put a button. We're just gonna put a stupid little button. Now, buttons are interesting. I think I don't need to use a bitmap button for now. Let's use a standard button. But it's gonna want a profile for a button. Thank you for the follows, guys. And we're just gonna use a standard GUI bitmap button. Okay, good. So let's get a control in here. So we have our text control. Let's get a button control now. Let's copy all of this. So I actually don't, well, I do need that. That's fine. We'll keep that. Apply control. Button profile. We'll keep that centered. That's cool. Okay, so we want this on another row. So now we are going to have 2 rows, right? And we'll just do 50%. We'll keep rows even right now. But didn't I have trouble with this? It was kind of weird. I think we might debug and see what that's up about. But for a moment, let me just get it in. I don't need text. Do need a row and a column. Put it on column 1, row 1. Actually, text might be what I want here. GUI button. Interesting, doesn't actually have details itself. How do I set button text? There, oh, because it comes from button base. Comes from button base, which gives us, it is just text, okay. Right, just give ourselves an apply button. See what that looks like. Give me a moment here. Sorry guys, let me catch up, see what's going on in chat. Is this a mechanical keyboard? It is. How do I make a bot of making that sound now? That's just Twitch alerts, guys. That's just Twitch alerts. I didn't make the bot. Oh, Pete, I miss you too, buddy. I miss you so much. You don't even understand. What'd you miss over the past hour of Static Void? Absolutely nothing. So this got broke again, so I want to go fix that. I don't understand why peer percentage base grids are not using the container size. Because we do give this a size, right? This does have a size. Should be 200 units in width. But I think we're losing that. All right, I already have a breakpoint there. So I'm gonna go debug and see what the heck is up. Okay, just the grid. Grid rows, column rows, 50, 50. We're gonna keep that. I wanna adjust at this level. So percentage based, right? Get the percent 50. Set that. We just want to push that back. Should be the same thing. 50. Push that back. Okay. So we have our size, which is 200. We have a total size. So we have 200 units remaining size. Size for percentile is obviously 200 as well. Let's go through each grid item. It's a percentage item. 200. Let's convert that into percentage, right? So it's half a percent, or 50%, half of our total, 0.5. Let's get the real size. Whoa, 200 times. You guys see the bug? Do you guys see the bug? Tell me you guys see the bug. Absolutely nothing. I hope you guys can see the bug that just is happening here. I don't know how percentage based ever works. And this is my bug, by the way. I wrote this control for Torque years ago. It's definitely my bug. All right, I'm bury the lead. I'm gonna tell you exactly what the problem is. We're taking our float, we are casting it to a signed integer, so we're losing it, right? It's getting floored essentially to 0 times 0. What we want to do is convert this up to a float, keep this the same. After we do our math here, then we can floor it back down to get our, because we can't use a percentage-based size, we got to use a real size. Yeah, let's put a breakpoint there. Okay, so percentage 0.5, 200 times. Why is our percent times 5 right now? If we look at what's going to happen, this should give us 100, and then it should floor out to 100, right? And our remaining size is still 100. We'll push that item back, come back in through here, get another 100. Remaining size is now 0, and I think our bug will be fixed. There we go. Well, kind of fixed. The button is in the wrong column. Or wrong row. That might be our next bug to fix. I just want to double check here. This says row 1. This should be getting applied to row 1. But it's not. So row 0, right? And then row 1. And we have 2 rows. All right, so let's debug that then. Oops. Grid control, add object. Okay. Okie dokie. So I don't need to adjust. The grid's already going to get adjusted properly, right? So we have row sizes. We have an element. There's 2 of them in there. 100, 100. 2 elements in here. These are 120 remainder. So no problem there. So we have a control. Let's figure out the row and the column for the first. No row span, no column span. So that's good. Oh no, that's right. So column span needs to be at least 1, right? So we have fixed that. That's fine. We don't, this is for extent, right? So we go from 0 plus call span, which is good. So we say new rect, 0.00, 120, and we're gonna have to do the same for here. So now we know, okay, good. And we adjust our control if need be. And we gotta get the position. That's the original position. And our point, oh, this is, I should not be setting positions. Am I setting a position? No, all right, so that's good. So I set position 0, 0, that's correct. So that's that first object. Here's our second object, which is column 1, row 0, which is still fine. But this now has a point starting at 120, right? And has an extent of 80. So we do have a point difference. Okay, good. And our last control, which should have a row of 1. Why does this have a column of 1? Oh, yeah, that's right. I want that column 1 as well. So we have so far new rect of 120, and the extent goes to 80, and our point Y starts at 100. So this looks correct. And then what we do is if the bounds is greater, 50 is greater than what it should be, or if 30 is greater than what it should be, we clamp, essentially. All right, so we get the current position 0, 0, but we do have to update that. So this should be getting pushed down to 120 by Y, unless I'm, because I'm using left and center. These are not, that's not good. Because it's not left and center within your grid row, it's left and center to the parent. This should just be relative. We should always just be using relative for these. Okay. And of course that failed miserably. Why did that? Oh, let's see, let's get relative on here as well. Why is relative might not be, no, relative should be what we're using. Oh, no. We need to use left in top. Because of how we adjust everything. It should be left and top. Because we kind of just push everything around. But that's still not right. Why is that not right? Essentially, this is what we were doing here, right? Oops, left. Okay, let me undo everything I just did. Yeah. Did I What the freak? Let me make sure. Oh, sorry guys. Helps if we build the right. Build this in release. Let me reapply everything. Left top. Okay, that's gonna be fine. Outputs, I gotta rebuild release mode. We were trying to use the wrong executable. You have, that's okay, internal, right? That's okay because it's closed off down here. Right, this is not closed because we have children. Boop, boop, boop. Then it's closed here. Release build obviously takes a little longer. It's got to do, because we set full optimizations on, right? So we have to compile all objects, all C++ files get compiled down into object code, and then it does a pass through all that object code to look for full program optimizations. Just means compilation in release mode takes a short time longer than normal. So there we go. This is what I was looking to happen, and then we'll make some adjustments here. I wonder if relative will work here. Out of curiosity. So relative does work, which is fine. I don't need this to be 100. I'm always breaking things. Why is this not snapping? Oh, because we have too much extent here. But this is all yeah, okay. Yeah, relative no good. And then also, I'm gonna put a buffer column here of 5, and then I just gotta make sure all my columns get updated. Oops, not columns, rows get updated. That was the wrong way. And then we'll split the remainder. Well, 50, that might, I think this is okay actually. So row 1, and row 2. I'm just trying to add a margin. I want to add like a margin at the top. And we lost it completely. The heck did I just screw up? Okay, 1%, 48. Actually, we'll give that 49%. Maybe it does not like. I don't think that's our problem, though. I guess that was our problem. I don't know why we keep... Oh, is 30 just too large? That's just too large of an edit control with the images. But we keep getting snapped to the top. That's what I'm not liking right now. I don't like it. That's better. There we go. Phew. Bugging me. It was bugging me. Okay, so why is text not showing up? Let me go to my button control, which should be popping here. We have a font color of white. Out of curiosity, I don't even know if I'm editing the right profile for my button, but maybe. I have a feeling we are getting the wrong. Okay, hold on. What do I use blue button for? We'll try it real quick. I just want to see if that's our color problem. What's up, Nerdfall? How you been, man? So the button is fine. We should be getting a text color there. I think text is the wrong... We're going to go look now. How you doing, buddy? So we're just using a button base. Oh, button base doesn't go from anywhere. What is button base? Is a GUI control. But button base should have a draw. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Because it's the base and it doesn't know about drawing, maybe. Okay, so if we look at button control then, this should have a render on render. And there's render justify text, right? Let's put a breakpoint there. Nope, not on here. Let's go back to button, button, button. Who's got the button? Let's make sure text is the right property. Don't need you anymore. Ah, we have no button text. We have no button text. Oh, crap. Apparently I messed this up as well. Rebuild that, and we should be fixed. Okay, so we should get apply. Should be okay. Wait for this to build real quick. We can close a few things down while this is happening. And then we'll set up the apply button handler and see if we can get this map width adjustment happening. Doesn't like the division. Think of all the beanies you'll be collecting. Is that the only reason I should play the division? Just to collect them beanies? All right, so there you go, right? Let's hook that up. Button base should have handlers here. Use, no, I don't care about mouse events. There should be just an on, like executes. That's a sound button, don't care. On action. That's for radio buttons here. That's for checkbox buttons there. Otherwise, it's set up. There it is, on click. Let's get the right item here on the apply button. Okay, so there we go. Perfect. So in the apply button, we can go grab .text, I believe. Let's just echo that. Make sure I have the right data. I didn't want to run it like that. That's not going to work. Debug, terminate. Oh, Ryzen. We got the world famous Ryzen TV in the chat, guys. He is world famous. Ryzen, you streaming today? Or no streaming today? So get tech. All right, we're gonna have to go look on our text control. Because a GUI text control apparently has nothing special. There's set text. There should be get text. Why is there no get text? Or is it down here further? How long are you planning to stream today? I don't know, buddy. Every day, Ryzen. Every day? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry you gotta stream every day. It might just be get, there it is. Yeah, I think it's just get text. Let's find out. Only one way to know for sure, right? There we go. Okay. Let's grab the new width. And what are we gonna do with this new width, right? That's kind of the question. We really just want to have a handler in here that says set map width of the new width. And let's go define that now. Okay, so there's two things we kind of have to do. It's not here. See map properties. Not there. From current node, this is what I'm looking for. If, let's see, this is called current width is equal to there. Just make it easier. If width is not equal to, say, if width is equal to current width, let's just return. No work we gotta do, right? Now we have two different ways that we have to adjust this. If the new width is greater than current width, this is an easier situation for us. Take a look at add terrain real quick, just to make sure what I'm doing here. When we add terrain, we have a start, length, and type. And we start at -1, and we go to terrain +1, right? So if we're adding, let's get the diff. New width minus. So that's how many that's the new length, the difference in the new length. And we need to make sure we can add that on. So we want to say add terrain at the current terrain width, add the diff, and we'll always make it ground to start. And then what we want to adjust is the terrain width is equal to the new width, right? All right, let's start with that and see what that gets us. Oh my God, Mantequillas. Oh God. Where there is one, there is many. Where there is one, there is many. All right, so let's adjust this to say 50. Boop. And that did not help at all because I named it incorrectly. Wait, no, I didn't. We have our node editor. Oh, that's right, node editor. Unknown command sets map width on our node editor. I challenge you on that, because that means I have another error up here. And that would be my product. Oh, and actually this should be diff +1, right? Because we want to start here. This is always 1. We start at -1, right? And this is going to be 2. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Let's find out. Thanks for the follow out there, guys. I appreciate that. Void. All right, so if we adjust this to say 50, we got absolutely, oh, 50 might be too small. Let's go to 100. What did we start with? I should probably use that as our default, right? Map properties. Terrain width is only 37. So really, if I did 38, it should be updating. We're gonna go and do some debugging build configurations. Go back to debug, turn that on, and we actually should be in debug here. Make things easy on us. And I'm gonna debug both sides. So we know we gotta go to 38, and we should just get 1 extra tile. We'll make sure that's running correctly. Don't need you anymore. Please go away. There we go. All right, create a new node. So we have start -1. Oh, length is 38. That's right. Okay. Right, so there's our data. Oh, we pushed. Oh, I have to call regenerate. We have to call generate again. Will that be wrong? I wonder if we have to do a tweak here, but let's find out. Let's just say this dot current node dot generate. Should be okay. Should be okay because we don't support. There's no update right now. So 38 now. If we apply that, whoa, okay, we get into a sweet like infinite loop up here, huh? Can I clear all that? Wow. If we go 39, I think I'm not deleting. I wonder if I should just delete and rebuild the map, or that might actually be the better way to go. And this is getting all off skewed here. That might be the way about this, actually. Because then I don't have to worry about the diff. We know it's increased by 1. Yeah. So if we do current node, if we delete the current node, and we get new properties from this dot map properties. In the properties, we have terrain width, right? We can say props terrain width is equal to width. And then from properties, we can, I wonder if I should let this come in that way. And then we say if if not object, create new properties, but this will allow us to pass in properties now. And that will set the node, right? Okay, and then we can just say this dot build the node with props. Let me see what we got here. What's up, Lormis? How you doing, buddy? Just hit the shelves. Okay, create our node. Let's adjust this by 1. It was 37. I should adjust that. Boop. Oh, am I... That's setting the node. Is this setting... Hold on. There's a step I'm missing here. We then have to call render node. Oh, I don't want to call render node, but I'm going to just copy this. Because I don't want to adjust my camera position right now. Maybe we'll refactor that out. Playing Dark Souls 3, how can I tell? Oh, man. How do you know? Adjust it by 1. Not a valid... doesn't build node. This should set. This should set. Alright, so we're debugged through here then. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I don't have scene. I don't got the scene. Actually, don't want to debug you now. So if we now go to 39, boop, right? If we go to 100, we are adjusting correctly. This is, I think that's always there. And now the good thing is this is not exactly what I want to do, by the way. I will have to fix this because when this is not the right way. Since I'm deleting the terrain and then regenerating it, I'm going to lose any modifications we make to the terrain in elevation, right? This obviously will let me adjust the terrain width, but this will completely wipe out any modifications we do to the terrain, which is not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Maybe we should just add a method into our terrain object to support this. So when it's static, we basically loop through all of our static terrain. I think I just need to put a clear into generate. No, I don't want to do that either. Yeah, this gets a little complicated because we have to rebuild the optimized collision shapes. Yeah, we have to rebuild our optimized collision shapes, but I'm gonna figure it out. We'll get it going here. So we just gotta do some refactoring. Slope up, slope down. We're gonna have to move this out because ultimately we're building up our collision shapes. And you can see here, we sort and then we iterate through here to build and optimize collision edges as we go so that we don't have too many collision edges. And this tells us if we have to build, right, all fine. So I can rebuild the collision shapes. I just need to kind of iterate through things and know if I need to add on or not. So when we iterate through static terrain, I need to know if I should be adding a sprite or not adding a sprite. And we need to do this anyway because I need to be able to change a column on the map to slope up or slope down or make it back to ground, right? So I gotta add this support in anyway. Do I use plugins in Visual Studio? I use Visual Assist. It's really the only plugin I use. I do like me some Visual Assist though. Okay, so I can use our composite sprite to know if this column has a to know if the column already has a tile or not. I think that is the way to go. So after we generate, so I'm thinking out loud on how I want to do this. Every time we make a tile change, though, I'm going to have to regenerate our collision shapes, and I'm okay with that. But it does mean I need to be able to reiterate through, so I might have to store up our collision shapes, which are really just these pairs for every column. Because right now I don't store them. And I want to rebuild a column at a time. Okay. Let's get to work here. Not what I wanted to click on. So in our terrain object, when we generate, let's call update. Let's have an update as well. And I want to move this out. Into some private data. Into collision shapes. And then I want it. X is what I wanted. Let's see, replace all. Yes, please. Okay. Let's see what I actually broke here. One of you can go away. What language I use for scripting? It has a C extension, but it doesn't look like it's not C#. It is TorqueScript. And the CS extension for TorqueScript predates the creation of the C# programming language. Okay, let me rebuild this. Okay. So we are storing our collision shapes. When I call generate, it'll build this up the first time. And it does sort our collision shapes, which is fine. I just need to figure out how I'm going to delete our collision shapes when I need to update them. But for the moment, we'll get there. Okay. So that's step one. So we have static platforms. That's for, I don't care about that yet. We have add terrain. This needs to know if we've already generated. And I don't have a flag for that. We're going to add that. Is there signed up? I don't, let me check something. There is a sign, but I just want to use a bool. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. M generated. Flag that we have been generated. Set ourselves as not generated initially. Why CS and not something like TS for TorqueScript? It used to stand for, it still stands for console script. Right? It's used to stand for console script. because they used to be console scripts. Long time ago. So if you guys don't know Torque, the Torque engine stems from a game called Tribes, if you've never heard of it. Tribes and Tribes 2 is where the Torque engine got its start. And back then there used to be console scripts. It was not the Torque engine initially. Yeah, and TS would be TypeScript these days, right? All right, sorry. So we have generated now. We can go to add terrain. So now we can have a path here from our static data. We can say if not generated, just add static terrain. Otherwise, we need to make a modification here, right? We need to call like updates terrain and pass in our data. Did this do what I wanted? Fine. Update. Let's see. Action. Where are you? Refactor. Create from usage. I don't know what the difference is, but we want a method in terrain object, not as a global function, right? So now if we go to declaration, as I knew it would, that's fine. Add terrain, I just want to put it here. And then go to definition. All right, so what does update terrain do? What are we going to do in update terrain? Is the question, right? Well, when we go through generation, I'm going to copy some of this code for now. Oh, we actually clear static terrain? I wonder if I should keep clearing that. But that's fine. Thank you for the follow out there. All right. Update terrain, just so I can get some code in here and figure out what I want to do. Let's call this static data. Makes things just easier on ourselves. Okay, so depending on what the terrain type is, we need to make a change. This can go away. This can move into here. We'll actually comment that out for now. And we do need our global tile index, don't we? And there's our offset change. Why do we use global tile index? Let me see. Let me try and remember. So we have our local index. Oh, it's because we go through all of our static terrain, right? So we have global tile index. And we want to insert this at the global index, not at the local index. Because this is a local to this data, but it's not necessarily because we can build up terrain paths, but I think we won't need that in the update method. Yeah, we should not need that in update. But to keep things easy on us, we'll define is equal to the start. so that we can, so if it's ground tiles, for instance, we'll start at 0, which is fine. Then we go through the length, right? But we know what the start tile actually is. So we'll get a global tile index of +1 past that. Maybe we'll adjust this to be... No, I think this will be okay. So from this, oh, and then we're saying start plus IDX. So that makes no sense, actually. We don't need global index here, right? If we're going to use start, and we're going to be our tile index, which is start plus index, we don't need this. We don't need it on this side of the fence. Which then means tile index is the tile index we want to use, because that's our logical position. And then for ground height, we should be able to just use our tile index. And what is to position? Why is this a value? So when we start, we get our, this is our local position. Right, okay. And then the position based off, that's our offset position. So we should continue to do that. That we need. And he suggests ideal methods are 5 lines long and 20 lines is the upper limit. So within that logic, everything should be extracted. So yes, right. Little, I think I got that right. Little, wow, first time for everything. To an extent, you should try and keep methods or functions simple, right? They should not be overly complex. The more complex a method is, the harder it is going to be to refactor it, the harder it is going to be to change it from a unit regression testing aspect. Absolutely 100% on all things. Now, that is goals, right? Doesn't mean you always have to program within those boundaries. You can have exceptions to that, depending on what you're trying to do. You also want to be careful, especially from a C++. It depends on what level of optimization in something like a game engine you're looking to hit. Remember that when you call functions or methods on classes, that there are virtual table lookups that you have to make and then jumps right to functions. I'm not saying those are expensive on a one-for-one basis, but they can add up. So if you're doing a lot of function call to function call to function call, virtual table lookups and jumps can start to become an issue depending on how your compiler optimizes and depending on where in the engine stack you are. But we will be doing some major refactoring on this, by the way. I just want to get it up and running, and then we'll figure out how to collapse it all down. Okay, so so we can add a sprite, but what I want to actually do is do a check to see if there's already a sprite. I think I'm going to have another collection to know if we've already rendered on this column or not. Because then we'll do an update versus an insert. Or even potentially a delete, right? Because we could be shrinking things down and we'll have to support that as well. But I just want to get this correct first of all. So we get the local position. There's our tile position in world coordinates. We have our ground height. I got to look at this to see... We got to check if there's already a ground. Maybe I'll just use the ground height. Actually, this is good. We can use ground height to know if we already have a tile there. This is our this is our index to know if there is a tile at a column within the map already, because we have to keep a height map essentially of the map. Yeah. Okay. I like that. And tile index is global. Okay, this is perfect, right? So as we iterate through, and I wonder if I should well, yeah, okay, we'll do it here. And ground height is just a map. So we want to do a find. And I think we are using set pattern already. Just want to make sure. Okay. And we do a cast. I don't think we have to do a cast here. We have our tile index right. Let's do it slightly differently. Back to you. Create an iterator, and then we'll just say if not equal to end. All right, so that means if we're able to find this indexed in our ground height, this tile already exists. Otherwise, we are adding a new tile, right? Which is all of this code. Oh, I'm not taking it wrong, Little. Not at all. Okay, so we'll add a sprite image there, get sprite local position, set the new ground height, which it should be if our position is greater than our peak height. We have to adjust our peak height. Okay. And then we want to get our vectors, because this is going to go into our collision shapes, which we do want to push back. And then our interleave algorithm. I think we store this. I think I'm going to move this as well, so that we can make this global as we dynamically add content. Yes, start interleaving. Okay, so that will work now. So we flop that. We want to generate the dirt column here because this is new. All right, so all this is correct, and I'm actually going to remove for the moment slopes generation because I want to get this working first, and we'll get it working with ground columns or ground terrain, and then we'll get slopes built in, right? All right, so what are we going to do if it's already there, or more importantly, actually, that's all we really need to do for a first test run. Let me go back to generate here. What I need to also pull out is our collision generation. And platforms we'll get to later as well. Now void, terrain objects. Generates map collisions. I can't spell. Drop all of this in here. Make sure I go define this. Okay, come back. All right, now start position, last position, resort. As we filter through the collisions, I need to make sure I delete all the collisions first. We get an ID. That's great. Do I need to store this? Because this is going to create a collision shape. I might need to cache all of these IDs. Because there needs to be a delete collision shape, and I need the shape index. And I could delete all, but that would probably end up deleting more than I care about. Okay. No problemo. We just need an S32 list of collision IDs. And we're already grabbing them, right? Here we just need to push back our seed ID. And here also. All right, so we have our collision IDs. What we want to do before we jump into anything is do a for auto auto get us CID, right, of collisions, and then we can call delete collision shape of CID. Let me see, what is this actually going to do? It's going to destroy from our collision. This is this is terrible. Isn't this going to then erase? Isn't this going to adjust our index list? Isn't this going to mess us up? What is, because then we decrement, right? We say m array of index is equal to element count. Oh, no. This, okay. Copy the last element into the delete hole and decrement just the size of the vector if need be. I wonder if, that's only if index, right, is under element count. Why would we, we just have a size, and that's fine. But we have holes, which is good. Okay, so that won't mess us up. This should work. So we'll delete all of our collision shapes for the ground mask, and we'll rebuild them as need be, right? So that's fine there. So now we can go to update terrain. After we do this, we want to generate collision. We do want to say m terrain width. If m terrain width is less than static data starts plus static data, it's not stat chunk. I can't type. Dot length. And we need to update our terrain width, right? To say plus equal to. Is this the right way to go? I just need to know the diff of this. Which is really just the length. No. What am I thinking here? If starts. Okay, let me redo this. I'm just gonna rewrite this. We'll keep that there. If static data dot starts is greater than or equal to our width, then we know, because length has to at least be 1. M terrain width plus equal to the difference of start minus width, right? But then that doesn't tell us length. No, we need start plus length. So this will tell me, actually just need, well, all right, that's where this is where I'm getting myself confused. I need the offset of, this is definitely greater minus width. I just need to know what the offset is here. And then we can get the diff of length with this. So offset plus length. So this is, wait, no, this is still wrong. Because if start happens before end of terrain width, but then overflows, right? What made me choose C# over Java as a language for my projects? Do you think it's better? I don't think, Java's fine. I would pick the language you're more comfortable with, right? How many games have I already created? I don't know. There's it's a list. All right, so let me think about this for a moment here. Var new width, not var, sorry. Our new width is really static data start plus static data length. Okay, if new width is greater than our current width, then we need to make an adjustment. That's what we need to do. Then we just say terrain width is equal to new width, right? Boom. That's all I need to do. Woo! And then of course, if start is already passed, which is fine, this should work for us perfectly. Okay. And then we'll generate map collisions. Let me make sure I'm calling this here. Ooh, I'm not. Where did I call it before? Crud. Easy to solve though. Just go to scene object, go to terrain object, in view history. Not view history, I want to compare with my unmodified version. So I just need to remember how I called it. What the freak? It was down here, sorry. Build the collision masks. This happened right after set the chunk count. And was it, oops. Right, okay, so it happened here. Generate map collisions. There we go. Was that down? Okay, so map collisions get generated. Oh, we have to. Do I need to clear anything? No, collision shapes are fine. We are clearing the actual collision shapes. Oh, collision IDs need to get cleared. After this is done, we need to make sure this gets cleared. All right. It's Windows only. That's not true. That's not true, Little, right? .NET Core is not just ASP. It's not a list, it's a standard vector of games. Oh, God, Void. Oh, Lordy. Sorry, yeah, so... yeah, remember, .NET Core is not just .NET. It does work across normal .NET development. Now, it's .NET Core. It doesn't have the entire .NET library, right? So if you're developing WinForms, you're developing WPF, you're developing anything UI related, it will not run on .NET Core. All right, so what do I need to do? I'm breaking something here. I need to know what the last Y was. Why do I care about last Y? Is kind of important because when I'm putting down a ground column, I need to know what my current elevation is. Thank you so much for the follow. Oops. And And that's important, so I do need to store this. So another refactor into a variable here. Because this starts normally when we generate. Go to declaration. And let's store that. Last tile height. Let's call it something a little bit more declarative. Last tile height. Just want to do a rename into last tile height. And let's just I don't want to do entire solution. Let me refactor here. Rename. And I just want to do it in generate and also in update terrain. That's why I like Visual Assist. All right, so this will fix it in generate. This will also fix it there. Let's rename. And then let's get rid of it here because we don't define it in generate. We should define it here. Okay, so now in update terrain, we'll use last tile height. We don't adjust last tile height because it's a ground. We use whatever's currently there. We're not completely done yet, but we are getting close. We still need to know if it's already here. We got to delete whatever was there and rebuild this, right? So we'll probably keep this code. It probably won't be an if or else. And in fact, let's get rid of that right now. We just need to delete, and then we'll just do this rebuild like normal. That'll keep things simple for us, right? Because I got to delete all the tiles, all the dirt tiles below it, or all the ground tiles below it. It's a whole bunch of fun stuff there. That .NET Foundation is rolling back on making .NET Core a breaking change. You guys know anything about that? What do you... .NET Foundation is rolling back a breaking change. What do you mean by that, Vega? Just go with C++. That's an option too, my friend. Okay, so terrain. Let me add this in here, right? Because we were not doing any. Oh, we already are calling update terrain. If we've already generated, the question now is, will this just work? So we don't. So when we call set map width. If width is higher, we do want to call add terrain, and that's we don't want to delete, don't need props, don't need to do any of that. We just want to call add terrain in this case, right? And we know what the difference is. We want to say back to we already have the code here. Let me just undo enough to get there. Take me a moment. Oh, it's right there already. Right. We don't need to regenerate this time. So we know where we are starting from. We know we want to go diff +1. I'm going to go out on a limb here and just try it. It's probably going to fail, and then we'll debug it and see what's up. They're going away from making .NET Core an API breaking version of .NET Vega. It was never an API version break of .NET, but .NET Core, you can't build. If you have an application that compiles on .NET today, there is no guarantee that it will compile on .NET Core, and that's never going to change. That's because .NET Core does not have all of the same base libraries that .NET has, right? It doesn't have WinForms, it doesn't have WPF, it doesn't have some of the other libraries that you might normally use in a .NET application. Am I colorblind? I am not colorblind. Okay, so good thing is we didn't break currently. Let's go 38 and add 1. Oh, wow, that actually kind of worked. 39. I think we're adding more than 1, though. Boop. Oh, we're not updating the indoor box, by the way. So 40. Boop. No, we are just adding 1, so this is good. In clear. And if I say 100, boop. And it's good. Our interleaving is actually working, which is awesome. We need to make sure we update the indoor box as well. So let's go fix that now. Go back to our generate. That happens down here. I wonder if I should just redraw the entire indoor box. I wonder if we should just redraw the indoor box. Which is a little weird, but maybe will work. Because we also create our edge collision shape. Oh, I should delete. We should just add this so this can get deleted. M collision IDs of pushback CID. So this will get deleted when we rebuild. We just got to make sure this gets called after. And if I look right now, just want to double check. We do call this after we generate our map collisions. Okay, good. Okay, so I kind of have to go through. We have to do that check again. Well, no, we can't do that check again. It's a little weird. I think what I have to do is just put a delete here before we build. Just to make sure it's cleared out. Or do we care? Because it's just going to override what's already there. You know what? I think I can actually just do this. So when we go update terrain, I think we can just regenerate it. I don't think he'd use dark blue and black if I was colorblind, possibly. Didn't they do changes in the IL? Not really, Vega. No, there is IL in .NET Core. There's still IL. There's still IL, right? There's still a jitter, and there's also there's an AOT, right? An ahead of time compiler that will compile IL to native, but there's still IL. It still compiles to IL. And in fact, if you were to install .NET Core today, like on your Windows machine, it would install all the DLLs, and then the next step it does is runs the ahead of time compiler to pre-jit all of the .NET assemblies into .ni.dll files, which is the native images. Okay, let's try this right here. Okay, let's add to 50. No, that's fine. Let's go see what I broke. Stop. So when I generate map collisions, why does it not like that? All right, let's debug it. Because of TensorFlow, Vega? Because of TensorFlow? All right, add terrain, we're good. Let's increase to 50. So we have 2 map collisions, which is correct. Oh, 0, 0. That's not correct. That's not correct at all. What did I break in create indoor box? We create an edge shape of CID, right? All right, let's debug it this way then. That's very weird. So collision IDs has 1. Is 1. Let's create a shape, set the shape. We're not in a scene, which is fine, but now we should have, okay. It's saying there's only 1 element counts. Oh, what? Because generating map collision should have done that already. Let's debug again. Let's try that again. So we generate map collisions, nothing to delete. We clear it, cool. We have a whole bunch of collision shapes. I'm not going to debug through there. I'm just going to put some breakpoints and see what happens, and then put a breakpoint out here. So we do have, we're going to create a collision shape. Oh, this is on a different scene object. Oh crap! It's on a different scene object. We are on. This is our. We create this off of our terrain object, right? So that's why we're going to have a definition. We have 0, which is fine. When we do, this is off the ceiling object. All right, but that's okay, because that just means at the top here, shape, I can get the, I can get the collision shape count. And then we just iterate through and delete. Delete all the shapes on the ceiling and rebuild them. And that means we don't want to do that now. Create a node, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. And now if we add this up to 50, apply, hope for the best. There we go, right? Now if we go 51, sweet, 52, 53, right? Go 100, go 500, wait for it to build. We're getting there, guys. We are getting there. And then, of course, now I can pick actors. Boop. Oh, that doesn't work on a current system. We lose it, but that's fine. We'll get that working again. Okay, so. Let's see, can I do new node, cancel? We don't rebuild this, do we? Are we not deleting? Let me make sure I do that part. Debug, terminates. When I call new node, I have to fix this too, by the way, because this is not working the way I want it to. But I want to make sure that we delete. Create a new node, right? Change that to 50. Just checking this real quick. Boop. I gotta get rid of these debug outputs too. Because it's annoying. Go away. And then if I say node, new node, see, it's already done it even before I've saved. That's not good. Cancel. We don't want to do that. We actually want to block. 40, not 401, but 40. Okay. And then this we're gonna have to go fix. For some reason, we're overriding, and I wonder if we're just calling a bad loop somewhere, because we might be trying to rebuild too many positions. Possible. I'm just waiting for this to catch up. Okay, because you can see here, cannot add sprite to logical position when it already exists. Oh, that. We do kind of need a delete. Cannot select sprite 0 as it does not exist. That's weird. Why are we always trying to select sprite 0? That's odd. Oh, because this fails, so then we get back a 0, which sprite ID 0 is not valid. But you can see we're basically trying to build backwards and okay. I wonder if I should put a check in here on the indoor box to delete the sprite first. Because see, we get back sprite ID. This is 0. This really should be whatever the sprite ID is. But let me check. I think there's a get sprite. So I can add a sprite and create sprite is what's failing. Lodge as one already exists, right? So we're already calling find sprite position. So where can I just call this directly? Can I call this directly? I do actually already use this. Okay. Then I just want, I'm going to do that, and then I want to delete it, but I got to also delete up. Interesting. Let's see. Build indoor, create indoor box, right? All right, so if we're able to find this sprite position, I want to delete it. There's an add sprite, there's copy, there's got to be a delete. There is remove sprite. Oh, I have to select the sprite. I have to select the sprite, and then I can delete it. Now just select sprites of LP, and then I can delete. I can remove the sprite. But that's just going to get the top level. It's not going to get the dirt column. So up tile, where's up tile come from? We have up tile, we don't adjust it. Tile Y doesn't get adjusted either. Okay. And then I don't know why this gets called. Generate up. Why is that set to false? Oh, I think because I go... We should be generating up. Unless I'm flipping that. So an update. So this is a normal fill down. Oh, hold on. There's a... Going down, oh, all right, generate up. Oh, that's right, okay. Excuse me. So going down and then gen up, that's what I'm looking for. So it's always false true, right? So we are not going down. We are generating up. So when we generate up, how many do we go? Negative 15 up. Start position, and then we go 15 up. Okay. And we start from negative 1. That's weird. Hold on. We pass in y. We go from start position. And our step variable is negative, right? So start position negative 1. While negative 1 is greater than negative 15. Very true. We go negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, right? Until we get down negative 15. And then we say negative 1 minus negative 1. Weird. But that's for an inner leaf fill, which we're not doing, so we can ignore this. There it is. So we say negative 1 plus y. All right, so we are just going up 15. I'm going to create... I'm going to need this method anyway. So I want to say delete or clear a dirt column. I think I need most of these variables. I don't need the inner leaf. I don't care about that. Okay, so let's go add this. Okay. Oh my God, Andy. What's up, Andy? All right, once I get the clear dirt column implemented, guys, we're gonna do a raffle. FYI. FYI, we're gonna be doing a raffle here probably in the next 10 minutes. Maybe next 10 minutes. So don't care about that. Tile ID doesn't have to update. Actually, don't even need to set that. All we want to do is what is it? I already forgot what I called it. Fine, update terrain. Not update terrain, it's create indoor box. Find sprite position, okay. If we're able to find the sprite position for this, I want to say select sprites by ID. Not by ID, but just by that, LP, and then remove the sprite. Don't care about setting any of that. Valley floor, we're not going to adjust. That'll have to happen later. We don't care about that. That's all I think we need to do to clear a dirt column. Okay, so then, go back to our indoor box. After we remove our sprite, we want to clear the dirt column with all of the same variables. See if that works. And let's test it. Create a new node. Just clear this. It should be the same number we get, right? So if we go to 40, so much better. I have to go for 41, 42, 43, perfect. All right, so clear is working. That's good because we're going to need it. I need to be able to clear dirt tiles here because if I want to, say, put a divot here, if I want to make this slope downwards, I need to rebuild the fill tiles below or fill tiles above as we transition. This is good. I now also need to make sure I can cut off the start and ends here because when I create the indoor box, I should have a flag that says, is this the first, or is there a door on the left and or is there a door on the right, right? Because that's what matters here. And those should probably be flags that we set. Or not even flags that we set. Those should really just be connector tiles. I'm thinking how we'll do doors. I think we'll just make, yeah, we'll figure that out. Yak Bucks? Yak Bucks don't exist anymore. I miss Yakbot. Where is Yakbot at? Guys, what happened to Mr. Yakbot? Right? Can somebody tell me? There's probably so many Yak Bucks sitting unused. All right, so I said we're going to do a raffle after this. I'm going to get that started here in a moment. Just looking up something. If you can hang with me for a moment, because apparently my browser doesn't want to refresh. Sounds about right. Okay, I don't need you open. And this is what I need. All right, so let's get it started, guys. It is definitely break time. We've been going 4 hours, right? 4 hours non-stop. Stop that. 4 hours non-stop. I think it's time to do a Steam game raffle. So if you're out there, if you can hear my sweet, sweet voice, guys, if you can hear it, all you have to do is come to chat, say one thing in chat, assuming my inventory pops up. There it goes. Man, things are running slow for me today. And type something in chat. Just type anything at all in chat. If you're lurking, that's awesome. I get it. You don't normally chat. You don't have to chat with us. You can continue to lurk, but all you have to do, type anything at all into chat. You will get into the raffle, and you'll have a chance to win. Just make sure you're continuing to listen for the raffle, because if you hear your name, that means you won, and you got to come back to chat to let me know what game you want. Otherwise, we re-roll. So here we go, guys. So I'm pulling this up, getting it ready. So if you're out there, say something, and we'll go from there. And we'll let this, we'll keep this open for a short bit. And this will maybe give me some time, there we go, to fix this up. Okay. Oh my God, guys. Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday. You made it through the weekend. Everybody, right? We all made it through the weekend. It's a good day. I like it. We're making some pretty good progress on the game editors that we need, by the way. I think I'm making pretty good progress here. Our next step now is, I'm trying to think, do I want to put elevation in here to start? Because the first set of maps we're going to make actually have no elevation change. So I'm thinking maybe not putting elevation. I think the next step is to let us free draw or to allow platforms to be created. Let me get platforms in here. And I'm thinking, am I gonna allow different height platforms, or are we gonna go, because we gotta have platforms at a few fixed places right now. And maybe we'll keep that and just say, I wanna draw a platform and here's how wide it should be. But the height part maybe not, I don't know. Would you say it's more beneficial in regards to learning to make a 2D game or a 3D game? Nerdfall, it's kind of the same. If you want to make 2D games and 3D games, at least in most modern game engines, Nerd, it's going to be about the same amount of work. Sure, there's a little bit more math you got to worry about from a 3D game perspective, and okay, but it's not that much more math. Most engines are doing a lot for you already, and there's a lot of helpers out there to make things extremely easy for you, right? So you don't have to worry about all that stuff. What might trip you up from a 3D versus 2D world is asset creation. It's sometimes easier to have 2D assets versus 3D assets. Not always, but sometimes it's easier to get a hold of 2D assets versus 3D assets. If you're out there, guys, make sure you say something. Otherwise, you have no chance at winning something awesome. Oh, yes, by the way, what is available for raffle? I'm going to put a link into chat. Click that link, go to my Steam gift library, and those are what games are available for you to pick from. And I hope somebody gets some Fairy Solitaire. But we have a couple of pages of games right now. There's a bunch of gifts in here. So just take a look, see what you want. Some things probably don't work as a standalone gift, but that's okay. But yeah, there you go. Say that thing. That thing we all hear. And while that's going on, just before I forget, by the way, let me commit everything up, because we've done a lot of changes. This is all the initial editor work I did, everything we've done today, all that fun stuff. So I just want to make sure it all gets tracked and committed. Sync this on up. If you guys notice, by the way, that I'm working on a separate branch than our normal development, right? And that's kind of important for us, because development is where we left off. It's the game in one version. We're kind of making major changes to the game. So I'm putting it off into an editor branch. This will obviously get moved back into development and back up to our mainline master at some point. Once we feel the editors are where they are and the game engine has been modified enough to fit into the new editor model, into the new map model that we're doing, right? But there we go. What's up, Stroff? How you doing? Nerdfall, you want to send some gifts? You can. There is a link to click on. Tech Andy, we are out of Humble Bumbles. We're out of the Bumble games right now, Andy. I need to get some more, and then those will be back in the raffle when we have some. Later, Venga. Grad school move is happening first week of July. Where are you moving to, Strop? Where, sir, are you moving to? I need to know. We're going to poll here in a moment, guys. I'm just giving enough people time to join, come back, figure out what they want to do. But if you want to get in the raffle, make sure you type something in chat, and we'll poll a couple names. Florida, Stroff. Nice. Screamer, I'm only holding Kobe treasure for you when your name gets called. Oh my god, Farmer Boy John. I haven't seen you in forever. John. What's up, buddy? We're in Florida, Stroff. Like Miami, South Florida. Where? Basically, what area of Florida? Florida's a slightly big place, right? Any tips on making 2D assets as a developer? You're terrible at art. Bryson, here's my tip for you, my friend. And this is coming from somebody who is also terrible at making art. I'm going to show you exactly how terrible I am. There's another game we're working on. Let me find it here. There's another game we're working on. It's a zombie dating simulator. And right now, I've made all the art for it because I have artists and things focused on other things. So I've been making all the placeholder art, Bryson, for this game. I'm going to show you the amazing art that I make so you understand where I'm coming from when I tell you this, okay? If I can remember where all of our art is. Okay, here we go. This is the amazingness of the art that I have made. This is an actor in our dating simulator. This is somebody you get to date. And then here is that same person after you've eaten their brains. Hey, Trav, how you doing? Right, so as you can see, I am the most amazing artist in the entire world. Come on, that is the best art you will ever find. I'm just saying, right? I did not draw this. A viewer of mine felt so bad for the terrible art in our zombie dating simulator that they decided to submit a piece of art. Here are my backgrounds that I have made for the zombie dating simulator that we use in some places. Right, so I make amazing art. Oh, this is the cop that finds you. Don't get found by this guy. Sorry. So, you know at what level of artistic skill that I am coming from, right? This is basically Uncharted 4, absolutely. So here's my advice to you, Bryson. Find an artist and get them to do art for you, right? If you have to pay them some money, that's the nature of the business. If you're looking to make a game and you want to sell it, you're probably going to need some level of art for that. So that means you're going to have to find someone and pay them to make the art for you. Now, there's a wide range of artists, right? There's a wide range of payment models and pricing for art. You can find some pretty cheaply created art out there. And so I don't get too hung up on price. Now, if you're just looking for placeholder art because you're developing a game and you'll replace the art at a later point, just use stick figures, man. Just get that mouse out, get a touchpad, get something, make extremely basic art, find art on the internet, steal it for testing purposes, go that route, right? But if you're trying to get a game out there and you want to sell it, you're going to have to put some polish on it. It probably means you're going to have to pay someone. South Orlando. Okay, Stroff. Very nice. Yeah, a few weeks back, I knew, right? I know, Screamer, I know. My art has some potential. That's right, guys. Best arts I have ever done. Artist and uses SFML and C# and his game is amazing. There you go, Static Void. Yeah, look, and don't get me wrong, right, Void and everyone else out there, there are developers who are also pretty amazing artists, and those are some talented people, and good for them. And definitely good for them. Yeah. I mean, if you have an amazing artist and you can do software development or game development, you are a leg up on a lot of other people. All right, guys, let's pull a name out here. Let's get it going. So good luck. If you hear me call your name, say something in chat. You have 90 seconds. Otherwise, we redraw. So good luck, everybody. First winner up. It's going to be, oh my God, Venga. That is hilarious, guys. Oh, that is pretty good. I don't even know the odds of that happening. I'd have to count everyone's name here. Venga actually left. He said if we draw his name just to redraw, he's got to go take a call. So good luck. So the reroll train has already started with the first name out the gate. So good luck, everybody. Here comes the reroll. And the real winner is actually going to be Cyrus654. Cyrus, are you out there? Are you out there, Cyrus? Say something in chat so that we know. You have 90 seconds. Don't miss out. We're going to let the time tick. Make sure Cyrus is actually there. Cyrus the virus. Anybody? OMG. Cyrus, congratulations. You should have the link already. If you don't, let me know. but please go ahead and tell me which game you would like. Congrats, man. We'll draw one more winner, guys. By the way, we'll draw one more winner for the raffle. I can't even think of words anymore. Can't think of words. Oh my god, some pixel puzzles. Pixel puzzles. Pixel Puzzles Undead version. The undead version of Pixel Puzzles. So Cyrus, we can make that happen, man. Just because you're who you are, and I drew your name. This is how this works, man. I need your email address. So I'm sending you a message on Twitch right now. Please go check your messages right now on Twitch. Find my message, respond to it with your email so I can have Steam send you your game. And then after I get his game off to him, guys, we'll draw one more name. Rigged. It's always rigged, Andy. It is always, always, and forever. Do we need to do another code review of my raffle bot? Do I need to do another code review of the raffle bot? Okay, I don't need that open. And while we're waiting for Cyrus there to do what he's supposed to do, there's a few people. We got some followers today. I just want to do a shout out. I don't know if you guys are still out there. I hope you are. I hope you're having fun. But Go, CVLT, Ambish, the Raver, Winhacker, Ben Job Flick. Man, these names are getting hard. Sasquatch Mitch. I love that name. And Raho. Thank you guys so much for following today. How do you check your messages, Cyrus? Just go to Twitch and hit messages. It's in the lower left, right? If you're logged into Twitch and you see your name in the lower left, click that little up arrow, and then you can click on messages right there. You can also just send me a direct message. Somehow get me your email address, but just don't put it in a chat. Because then everyone will have it. And we don't want that. Do you think I could do an advanced C++ day on a day? Possibly, Void. What would we go over in an advanced C++ day, though? What would it be about? What would we even do? All right, I'm going to make sure I'm checking my mail here. Get that open. Twitch, for some reason for me right now, guys, Twitch is having some load problems. By the way, Cyrus, if you want, you can always just private message me. You can PM me your email address here on Twitch as well, right? You could do that. That might actually be the fastest way if you're not getting my email, if you're not getting my message. Twitch is always having problems, Trav. Aren't they always, dude? Welcome to the Twitch life. Design patterns drop, but that's not C++ specific, right? Oh my god. You want template metaprogramming and non-sensation. You kind of hit the nail like right on the head there, right? When you talk about it. In C++, when we talk about C++ templates, C++, the templating system C++ is extremely robust. It's almost a metaprogramming language in itself, and it allows you to be very expressive. Extremely expressive. So I like the way you worded that, non-sensation. But design patterns, I mean, I'm all for design patterns, but also remember, Cyrus, I got your email, FYI. I'm going to send you this game right now. Design patterns aren't really language specific, as they should not be. As they should not be. If you have a design pattern that's specific to a language, something's wrong. All right, Cyrus, go check your email. Steam's going to be sending you a message with instructions on how to collect your gift. Make sure you go follow those instructions. Don't just assume it goes directly into your library. It does not. You got to go click some links. Catch up on chat here. No, please, no templates. Stroff, you tried to implement a state pattern C++ and realized you had a hell of a time because you can't do the Java deal where like state is equal to new specific thing and then reassign it later. What are you talking about, Stroff? What do you mean? Yeah, so but that's not a pattern, right, Stroff? That's an implementation of a pattern within that language. But the pattern itself is not different. How you implement that pattern, obviously language features come into play. Duality, Nerdfall, I'll have to check that out. I like checking out game engines. Duality, okay. All right, guys, let's pull one more winner. So good luck, everybody. Let's see who else is going to be on the drawing today. It's going to be Alvin853. Alvin, are you out there? 90 seconds, you're on the clock. Nerdfall, you want to link 1 second. Go for it, nerd. Duality. I'm going to click this link while we wait to see if Alvin's actually here or not. I hope Alvin's here. Let's see what we got. You're on the clock, Alvin. 45 seconds to go. Modular, provides its own visual editor. It's like Sensible, written entirely in C#, backed by OpenGL. Cool stuff so far. Plugin architecture, live editing is always fun. Oh, hot reload resources, I like. Hot reload plugins, I also like as well. I'm curious about their content management system. I don't know what a component-based design actually means. Is this like entity component or component in the traditional sense? Okay. Oh my God, it's all about user reviews, right? Complimentary supplies, that's funny. I'm just curious while we wait. Oh, Alvin. I'm sorry, guys. Alvin's already past his time. Let's re-roll. The train has left its building. And next up, there's going to be... Oh, my God. Oh, Tech Andy. Is Tech Andy around still? He might have stepped away, but he has 90 seconds to say something in chat. All beginnings are difficult. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's based around OpenTK, by the way. I mean, which is OpenGL, which is fine, but it's based around OpenTK. I'm curious, does it have, like, a physics system? Is it a scene-based hierarchy? Things like that. It'd be good if they had some more info about what makes their engine special. Do they have their own physics system? Is it based off of Box 2D? Things like that. Is it a deterministic physics system? I'm just quickly scrolling through here. Is this based off of Mono, or is this based off of full.NET? So is it Windows only? But otherwise, cool, very cool. I'll check out, I'll have to look at it in some more details. Oh man, Andy. Andy, congratulations. What game would you like, good sir? We'll send it out to you. No problem, Cyrus. Hope you enjoy it. Editor looks like Unity's. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard for a game engine editor not to look like Unity these days, by the way, right? Space Base DF9. Space Base DF9. All right, Andy, no problem, buddy. This is what I need you to do. I need you to send me a message on Live Coding TV right now with your email address so I can ship that off to you. So if you can make that happen, I will make it happen for you. Get out of that mode. This is a weird... How do I exit full screen mode? Oh well, do it later. But yeah, Andy, just send me your email address. I'll get this game off to you, man. Something that has confused me for a while. How is Unreal Engine supported on Linux if it is DirectX? It's not DirectX. Who told you it was DirectX? Who told you it was DirectX? They actually, it supports both. Does it actually support DirectX? That's a good question. My mind is blanking there. At the very least, Unity is based on OpenGL. It might also have a DirectX renderer. I think that would be a little weird. Maybe just from a Windows optimization standpoint. But I know it's DirectX. Entirely on 2D. Okay, so it follows similar Unity type patterns around scenes and scene management. Have you ever... I mean, obviously I've done development on it live on stream. If you've ever looked at the Godot engine, if you've looked at the Godot engine, I really, really like what Godot does. I really like what Godot does for its scene management. It basically, let me send this game off, guys, 1 second. Its scene management is hierarchical, right? Basically, you can create a scene which has a bunch of entities in it. You could then use that scene as an entity in another scene, right? So a scene is not a kind of root node. It doesn't have to just be a parent type node and you have game objects in there. An entity itself can be a game object, and then it just has a bunch of children in there. I really, really love that from the Godot engine. I wish other game engines kind of supported that, because it makes building game entities so nice, so simple. You can essentially write, I mean, Unity has a system like that, right, from templates, but the fact that I can build a scene in the Godot visualizer and then I can basically just use that scene as a child node somewhere else in another scene is very, very cool to me. That gift is on its way, Andy. Please go check your email, follow the instructions, have fun with that. Report back on how amazing it is. The UI is pretty horrific. The Godot engine's editor UI, I agree, it's kind of bad. You get used to it, right? If you develop it long enough, you kind of get used to it. But yeah, look, the Unity UI is not so amazing either, but all editors are just editors. But static, they definitely support OpenGL. At least on non-Windows OSs. Maybe their Windows build is just DirectX. It's kind of weird that it's DirectX because, remember, it's they work on mobile, right? It works on web, which is not DirectX. It works on Mac, Linux. They target most operating systems, and if it was a DirectX engine, they would have trouble there. I don't think it's DirectX. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. Oh my God, Pima. Mubot strikes again. All right, guys, that was the last of the raffles for now. We're going to close that out. Poor Pima. Poor Pima. But guys, we're actually going to be calling it for the day. 4.5 hours in, pretty good stream for a Sunday. I'm gonna really try and get another stream in this coming week. Probably be Tuesday or Wednesday. I want to continue on with the Enderkin editors. I want to get platforms in there. It's really the last kind of core block I need from a map building perspective to get the to get platforms in there, and then we can go back to working on the entity selector and entity placement within that map, which we were halfway there anyway. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. And then I just need to build in support to serialize all of that data out to a map file or a node file so that we can reload it to play through it, right? So that's where we're at, guys. Great area from game. It's only to be generic enough to fit the masses. Exactly, Reg. Exactly, right? And that's okay. All right, guys, I hope you have an amazing rest of your weekend. However many hours are left in there, go have fun. Get out of the house. Go see the sunshine a little bit. Go see a movie. Go do something. But I hope you guys have fun. And I will be back midweek. And then next Sunday, we'll be back here again, of course. But until then, guys, I will see you next time.